stop me now. No one can 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 stop me now.
And welcome back everyone to OWCS Japan. It's time for a lot more matches that has a lot more responsibility to be. Yeah, it's going to come very soon. Seeding matches coming right up as this is the first day. Of course, Japan a little bit later than Korea and Pacific because Japan started a week after. MG Clef, Wolf. Let's see what happens today because it's going to be very important going into the playoffs later.
So our top 4 teams play in a round-robin tournament to determine where they stand in seeding. So we obviously had the regular season round-robin, and that determines where teams' placements were. But if you're in top 4, being first place doesn't mean you get first seed automatically. We actually kind of refresh to make sure that teams are actually where they should be when we move into playoffs based on their current form and not the form of like matches that happened 2 weeks ago, right? So, it's a bit of a controversial format. I think a lot of people, like that what the regular season matches normally had weight and other formats where you're like, okay, I got first, it means something. But this tournament gives you an opportunity to basically guarantee that you are the best, as well as we get to see amazing matches between our top 4 teams exclusively in this round robin. So that ends up being really fun. And then we also have our last chance qualifier for the teams that didn't make top 4. We will see 2 of those teams moving into playoffs as well. They're playing in a double elimination bracket as well.
Yeah. Those will be the big matches. Every day we'll be having 2 seeding matches and 1 LCQ at the end for the 3 days that we have here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for Japan. Seeding match is very important, and also the higher seed does get to choose the control map and also the side. So that's something that you should always think about because that will still be in effect after the seeding matches into the playoff. And some teams really struggle on the first control map for some reason.
Yeah, having that ability to control the narrative in terms of maps and basically determine. I'm just pulling up my stats here because they broke. Don't mind me. But just making sure that you have the ability to dictate control. And then you can have if you have the first map advantage, you'll always be able to pick the last map. Depending on the series goes, if you trade map to map to map, right, you'll have that extra advantage. And then you can, of course, determine what map you want to play on a certain type. You can snipe a map type early to take a map away from your opponent.
Exactly.
So it's a pretty robust format that gives you a lot of control if you have that seed advantage. So that's what these teams are looking for today. In terms of player the match ranking, right now, Aid is still leading. He has 4. Hidden and KSG have 3. So that's something that we'll be tracking as well here since it is pretty prestigious to be able to pick that one up. Aid will be playing today as well, obviously, for Insomnia. So it's all good games today, and it will be basically for the rest of the tournament. We will have some, those LCQ matches might be a little bit lower quality, but the stakes are incredibly high, so I think that's fun. I mean, even Telomere could make it to playoffs, technically speaking.
Yes, that is right. They're not playing today, but if they win against Namikaze Brothers tomorrow, it is totally possible to go up against the loser of today's match number 3. And also, Varrel, Insomnia, and NyamGaming, Lazuli, they're all playing today, so we should have really some high-quality matches coming through from the top 4 seeded from Japan. And the best thing, Insomnia, well, not perfect. They did lose one. And Varrel, not as perfect compared to before, so I think the story really continues. They still belong in that first space spot, or is it going to be Insomnia kicking back it? Because today, Juno's allowed, and we might see some Juno. We've seen a little bit of Juno from Korea last weekend.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
Yeah, Juno is in a pretty interesting spot because her ability to speed people up on a more quick cooldown than Kiriko's Kitsune Rush gives her the ability to constantly set up rushes. And her healing output, because of how her primary fire works, actually allows you quite a bit of healing.
Yeah, Medi Blaster.
It also functions as damage, but it's not as good as other traditional like heals like the Kiriko left click that's kind of guaranteed. You don't really have to aim that. And then it also does less damage than like a shuriken from Kiriko. So there's some trade-offs. It feels like the thing with her is that she's kind of a catch-of-all or jack-of-all-trades catch-all type hero, but as a result isn't incredibly strong at any facet. Her ultimate isn't as much healing output as like a Life Weaver Tree of Life, for example.
It's slow.
It's
very
slow
healing, and the movement is also slow.
Yeah. So it's not as good as like Trance. It doesn't give you that instant boost healing that Nano Boost gives. So in terms of the supports that she competes with for that spot, it's very difficult to slot her into a composition unless you have an exact type of comp that you have in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then even then, you're competing with Lucio's Amp It Up for his speed boost. So we'll talk a little bit more about it if we do see her today, as I think that we probably will, to be honest with you, G-Clef. I think in the seeding tournament, anything is possible. And here we are in Japan. We are in the OWCS Overwatch Champions Series portion of Japan, and we're moving closer and closer, of course, to finding out who's going to win and qualify for our Asia LAN, and then who will be going to the wild card.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks, I believe, on the 15th, there's a final of Japan and Korea on the same day. So make sure to have both streams up at the same time for that day. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to miss Korea and Japan for the final day. It just happens to be the same because Japan, they're actually having an offline event in Japan. So, and then the week schedule came a little late because of the Sony tournament. I think that was the biggest reason. So seating decider on the left, Varrel, Insomnia, NyamGaming, Lazuli. LCQ, no Namekuji brothers, no Telomere today. They will be playing out the knockout match, the elimination match tomorrow.
That's right.
Final match.
So seeding deciders and LCQ, this is the separation. It's based on top 4 versus bottom 4, right? Revati, I think probably a lot of people expecting them to be in the seeding deciders, but they weren't able to perform when it mattered most, and so they dropped down to last chance qualifiers. I would say they're probably, of our LCQ teams, very favored to make it through. We'll see if MFC also can make it through, because Namekuji brothers are looking a little bit better. So here's how this is going to work. We actually have 6 matches. It's a 4-team round robin. So each team will play 3 matches. That ends up with 6 matches total. The first place team will get a round 1 bye, and we'll have opponent selection. Second place just gets the bye. Obviously, they don't get to choose their opponent because first place will choose it. Then third and fourth just goes to third and fourth place. That's the seeding for the playoffs bracket.
Yep, and once that first seed chooses an opponent, everything else is just set stones. Likely going to be choosing that 4th place, very likely.
Yes.
That's usually bin drill for stage 1, and then the other 2, the second and third, will be going against each other. That's usually what happens, but you never know. You can maybe snipe for that 3rd spot. Maybe if you're super confident to defeat that 2nd place, yeah, go ahead. You
So
can go for that rematch.
top 2 is definitely the most valuable here, and so we'll be tracking that obviously the most closely. None of these teams are getting eliminated. They're already guaranteed playoffs. We're just wondering what their seeds are. LCQ, on the other hand, if you do lose, if you're on the bottom side of the bracket, you are out. If you're on the top side, 5th and 6th, then you have another opportunity in that 3rd game to play against the winner of 7th, 8th. So let's looking at this, probably going to be Namekuji versus Revati, our predictions in that, versus MFC. And Revati, if they win, they would go straight to playoffs. And then the winner of that 3rd series, between, in this example, MFC and Namekuji brothers, would go to playoffs as well. Those will be 5th and 6th seeds who will play against each other in that first round, if I'm not mistaken.
So these will take 3 days, just this week, and then 6 teams in total will be going to that playoff, which we have on the screen right now.
So, the 5th and 6th, or the LCQ 1 and 2, play against 3rd and 4th. The first place team gets to move on to that 2nd round, as I mentioned, and they will be able to choose whoever wins of G1 and G2 here. So, you know, we don't know who those are going to be just yet, but you'll have the opportunity to pick what team you think is the weakest to play against, and then you go into, if you win that, you go to Asia. So first seed is so important. And then as the 2nd seed, you skip the first round, but you play against whoever they didn't pick. So you don't have that choice. You'll play against the tougher of those 2 teams.
Yeah, that's why it says remaining team. And the 2 teams, 2 best teams from Japan, will go straight to Asia. If they don't, you still get your 2nd chance, I guess almost a 3rd chance in the wild card. As the 3rd spot from Japan, 3rd place from Pacific, and I believe the 4th place from Korea. But usually the Korean teams has been very strong on that wild match.
Yeah, so here's the order of today's matches. We kind of go from, like, it's a little bit like lopsided. We go from Varrel straight to Lazuli, and then we go to Insomnia versus Nyam. So we're only playing 1 match, 1/3 of the round robins for seeders today. And then we have an LCQ game at the end of the day between Revati and MFC. So that's a very big one. Neither of those teams, neither of those teams will be eliminated today. The loser, of course, will play in that 3rd game against whoever wins between Namekuji brothers and Telomere tomorrow. So tomorrow will be Namekuji Telomere. and then on Wednesday it'll be that final match. So
yeah, I think it's a really nice format, as if you put more matches of LCQ, then at least one team has to play a double in one day, which puts a lot more stress for the team, even if you're a winner or the winner coming up from the match from tomorrow or the match from LCQ game 1 today. So I think it's a really nice format that we get to see 2 really good high-seeding matches and also the LCQ on the same day.
So here's Varrel. They are our currently first seeded team because they were able to beat Insomnia.
Oh, is it
Same
Mihawk
roster
starting again?
Yeah, Mihawk starting again.
I like it. Zana has been very impressive. Q-Loud's Illari stick with one hero. Not really the best fan of it, but I actually like the style, and I'm waiting until someone really breaks this apart that Varrel can't run it anymore.
Yeah, he's just basically using it like an ult push. We're not seeing it used on defense on maps. It's not being used with far like we've seen a lot of Korean teams use it. It's just his mainstay pick right now, and this is what Varrel has decided is their best setup. For Lazuli, their first opponent here, it's first versus fourth. They will have Hidden and Shui starting today, no surprise. Godsum, though, over the Anoptrix, that's unusual.
No Junker Queen Master to start with.
Now, Godsum plays a lot of Sigma. He's played a decent amount of Wrecking Ball, but, you know, I'd say more known for Diva, plays a little bit of Winston, and has also played from time to time Ramatra, but I think that obviously the better Ramatra player is Leonoptrix, and he rarely plays it anyways, and he's obviously the better Junker Queen player, so could be Diva to start. Could be Wrecking Ball. My money is probably on Wrecking Ball right now, based on the lineup that we do see here with Sakume and Nevesin. But time will tell, G-Cluff. They might also run a rush comp with like Mauga, and they run Juno. Who knows?
Yeah, Juno's been used for a semi-rush into the control point. Less of a control point ability for Juno, though. More of a push escort type has been a lot more seen from the last weekend, but you never know. Japan always has something else up in their sleeves, and they seem to surprise us all the time. And also, Godsum, really good Ramatra player as well, and Lijiang Tower, there's always a scene, and still Diva is very strong, depending on where we go, which part we go into Lijiang Tower, so I think it's still up in the air, depending on what Godsum likes to play.
Yeah, that is the big question. See what he is playing today. That's really going to dictate what Lazuli's composition is going to look like and what today's series might look like if he stays in for all of the games. We have a massive favorite here in Varrel. They're our first seed up against Lazuli, our fourth, but Lazuli has played them close already.
I know. Lazuli was the only team who was able to beat Varrel with a 2-3, so we will see what happens. Varrel looking for that sweet revenge. We'll start things at Lijiang Tower Game 1.
I'm trying to free the chat from mode-only mode. I'm working on it. Chat, I know you guys
are... Oh, is it still? Okay.
I know you guys are trapped. I'm trying to fix it. But I also have to cast this, so please be patient with me.
I know, we have the hard
Put
job.
some Dino Dance in there if you hear me. Okay, TP's out. Winston versus Orisa from Godsum. Pretty tricky start here for Lazuli. And they will be running also the Illari here in return. Shui's already down.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Loud, what a snipe. Restart, and also KSG on the Winston, Godsum on the Orisa. A lot more passive, and especially with Shui down, you do need to regroup quickly with the reset.
Yeah, I think
just came in.
I think they are just going to have to give up this first
all
cap.
the way up, flanking towards the side. I think that's a really nice flank. But back to the team, Orisa is going to hold and turn that. No flip coming through so far, no cap. Orisa getting focused, and that's what got him down early on. Varrel with the focus fire.
Yeah, Kyuki is getting so much work done here. That should be the cleanup. I think Lazuli should have been willing to actually give that point up, because the difference between these compositions with the Ilaris is that Godsum on Orisa actually requires a lot more setup for pylons than KSG does on this Winston. He has a lot of armor he can focus with, or can function with, if he ultimately does have those pylons to keep himself alive. KSG can still do the same, but he has the mobility to go in and then return to the pylons, and he has control of the point now. And then Godsum's going to swap over to Diva. which is quite strong into this Pharah, but he's massively behind in ult charge.
Yes, massive behind, but I don't think it's too late. KSG, purple, quick pick by Shui. And nicely done, good teamwork by Lazuli. And that should be able to flip. No more ultimates used by Varrel. Good choice, as they're staggering a little bit. Can't really get any more trading kills.
Great
still keeping that
Bionade.
nano, keeping that Varrel.
Yeah.
Barrage.
You mentioned the Bionade from Sakamea. That was the real game changer. Then they focused down KSG before he could primal. Great target selection. And then the positioning there from Shui was fantastic. They're on the edge, threatening the concussive blast. They just had to give up control and reset. Target for this nano will likely be KSG, but it could be Kyuki as well here if he gets backline access. Looking for the Winston,
Getting very
though.
low. Has to be nanoed before that rage really kicked in. It's going to be dead. A lot more damage poured out by Lazuli first with engage. Well, fire back from Kyuki and KSG, but the members are gone. Varrel with a slightly later start because of that Primal Rage not available. There was just that 99 early nano from Miyok, but Lazuli, they actually initiated first with a lot more damage. Quick picks.
Yeah, I just think that Shui got a lot more value in that fight. And unfortunately for Varrel, they couldn't set up the Primal. They wanted to use the Nano exclusively, and then the Captive Sun came out from Lazuli as well. Cloud has his now, but doesn't have a great angle. You can see he's struggling to find multiple players here with this ult. Prime up for KSG. Slept.
Oh, great sleep. It was in the middle of the jump, too. But still get caught.
Big pick from Nico in the back line.
Yeah, which... Just the early picks. That was just with the Pulse Bomb, too. Well, Primal Rage from KSG to start with. But
Yeah.
I think really nicely used. The big mark. Captive Stun still available, which
Exactly.
is a big moment because of this AoE damage available from Kyuki and
Yeah.
also Nico.
So Kyuki swapped over to Mei here, and this is going to be great defensively to try to stop the approach here of Lazuli. They have this cross with the Winston step. Look at this pylon placement for Cloud, as you mentioned. He still has that Captive Sun. Looking for an angle here. This is a really tough push to crack with for Lazuli without anything but that self-destruct.
Some good damage. On top of it, Kila knows his positioning. Hidden taken down. I think wanted to go for the rotation a little early. Varrel right on the target. Ice Wall. Blocked him from going back. Eva's still there. Matrix. Hidden changes over to Cassidy. Looking for some more damage. 80%.
Sakame needs that nano so desperately, but he's 30% away. Varrel could just end this now if they can win this fight before he gets it.
Got tanked a little too much. Big nano on Gishi. And Hidden's gone. No extra Cassidy. Here it is, just getting it on the Diva. No more extra damages. Couldn't really find any target. As Lazuli down, seems like Varrel has this in their pocket. There's .1.
You could see Hidden died first in that fight. Was caught by Kyuki. Looked like he was trying to go for backline access. That was the only way they were going to win that fight, is a Tracer pick, or at least trying to pull pressure away from the center, so that then Godsum could take point control, take some damage, because Godsum has to eat damage there so they can build that nano. There's no other way. There's not another target that Sakame could blast left clicks into to get the nano boost, which they needed so desperately, but Hidden died first, and then the engage came through from Varrel. The Captive Sun wasn't even necessary, and Varrel looked a little rocky there at times, no doubt, but they were able to win out in the end. Just way more efficient team fighting there. Great target selection onto the back line.
Yeah, well, I really like the focus firing from Varrel. First on Gotsum, making sure he changes into Diva, so Diva eliminates a lot of damage. Then into Hidden and Shui, the two DPS that shine so much from the Lazuli. So great focusing Kyuki. Oh, again, is there a fight between Shui and Kyuki? Keep an eye on it.
Shui put some damage on the Nico, forcing the recall. Pretty massive.
Shui with the jump on the back line. Hidden caught. Yeah, Kyuki already delivered so much damage. And Miyok on top of things, Shui down. That forces a lot more members of Lazuli just to force to be back. The beam will finish off the mech. Diva has to drop down for that respawn. So quick first cap from Varrel again.
Yeah, luckily on this point at Lijiang, at least you do have the ability to just execute yourself off the side of the map. Very risky to play Diva on a lot of other control maps because you can't really reset very easily. Can just get staggered. So they will have a fast reset here. Hidden swapping once again over to this Cassidy.
Yep, that's right.
But
So far,
he won't have much. He needs to get closer to actually do real damage.
that's the thing. So far, no kills delivered from Hidden alone. I think the target he's really looking for is Nico and Kyuki. But so far, none delivered. Lazuli, let's see if they can actually appeal. Or Hidden, Shui all the way on top. Go for Anna. be the big deal for now. Some damage, but a lot more members in the tower. You go off to the side, brings back. He has a target, a lot more members from Lazuli from the White Room, still keeping position.
Nano's out. Super early here.
Found Nico, still willing to use both. The Nano and the Captive Sun, can they get much out of it? The double kill on the back line of Lazuli. Big Shui is big. Yuki keeping the team alive. Keshi with the Primal. This will take some time for Lazuli, even if they want this back, and they will not be able to.
Fantastic decision making from Varrel, because worst case scenario, even though they commit their ults there, they have the Primal, and they should be able to buy a ton of time, probably bringing it up to 75 plus, even if they lose the fight. They don't lose the fight though, and Lazuli already used their ults preemptively, so they trade evenly there. Absolutely clutch fight for them, but they didn't even need to win it, but they do. Now they still have point control, as Nico's the only one holding the ultimate. He has a pulse bomb here.
If the pulse goes, this might just be 2-0 Varrel. Even if the fight is lost, they can still reset. Nico down, no pulse this time, still 90%. They can hold this up. A lot of ultimates are available for Lazuli. Might not even need it with Gossen pushing all the way. Mashui purple down from Q-Loud. Good catch. And these 2 kills might just be exactly what Varrel needed.
Okay, the flip did come through, but I think this is going to be it. The map should be theirs.
Kyuki, all back on the ground. All the members of Lazuli dead. Even after the rally, 99% overtime. That's it, 2-0 win for Varrel.
At least Lazuli were able to get the cap in the interim, you know, while there was that heavy commitment to taking out Godsum, who did try to remech. His self-destruct was dropped, but he just focused down. It's also contained within that Winston bubble, so there's just no way for it to actually make any impact there. And the first map, or the first round, was a lot closer than the second one, but the second one was just kind of a disaster, unfortunately, for Lazuli. Really didn't like the Cassidy swap with how they used it, because if you swap to Cassidy, your game plan, especially into Winston, is get some protection and burst the Winston down, with the help of D.Va in this case, helping to mitigate some of that damage from other sources, because you can't obviously stop the Winston cleave damage with the Matrix, but you can stop a lot of the other damage coming through from the supports, from the Tracer. You keep that Cassidy alive, he bursts down the Winston. But I think if you want to run that, you need to swap your whole composition to make it work. You need to probably pull a Batiste out. You need to keep Hidden alive. But they weren't willing to do so because it would have sacrificed too much ult charge with their composition. And as a result, the Cassidy just didn't get much done. And he was playing super far back, as if he was playing Ashe, as if he was playing Sojourn, as if he was playing Widow. And Cassidy's fall-off damage is actually... Like, when you reach the threshold, even if you headshot a Tracer, she's like, okay, so what? Like, I don't care. Your damage is, after a certain point, is so low, because that's just how Overwatch fall-off damage works, that it doesn't matter. So he needs to be hitting up close and personal the Tracer, which he did take out once, or really layering that damage into the Winston, which he wasn't able to do.
Yep, and Keshi always ready with the Primal. Nano, I think better ult management from Varrel's side, especially on the second map too. And Lazuli, a little bit hesitant to coming in, maybe because of the D.Va, as he was getting focused down so early. Got some, but from the White Room, there was no movement, even when they had a lot more ultimates. And I think that was really the timing. They really had to go for the push, and let's see. But it was after like 5-6 seconds of wait, which gave some better positioning for Varrel to react against it. So I think these timing attacks, maybe Lazuli today seems like they were delaying things a little bit compared to the round robin. They were on point. They're really quick. Maybe it's because things are not just on par with Godsum today, as we have the Godsum start instead of Leo.
I think the Godsum start was because they wanted to run a little bit of a Risa D.Va with they wanted to show their version of the Alari comp. And if you get point control on Lijiang especially, on any of the maps, doesn't matter. If you get point control and you have the pylon set up for the Orisa, her armor is just so oppressive. It's hard to die if her Winston doesn't really do much into her. Her Javelin is quite oppressive and difficult to deal with.
Got buffed.
But if you don't get the first cap, like, you have to swap, because it just doesn't work. You're never going to be able to get their Risa back to where she needs to be. She's too slow. You have to play Lucio if you want to run. It's just not going to happen, right? So that was a cool idea. I think they'll probably sub the Inoptrix back in, and I think we'll probably go into, I would imagine, Blizzard World or Circuit Royale, because Hidden has to be the guy. Like, he has to be the guy, I think, if they're going to win this. You cannot go to King's Row against Varrel. You just can't do it.
How about if you keep that Cassidy, bring Jungle Queen, and we go to a push like Runasaki?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's absolutely that's another great call. I was thinking about like what you can't do and like where they would want to play towards
and
hidden
they
string.
would exactly go to what you're about to say.
But like that always happens, especially in Japan. But I do think actually Runasapi or even Colosseo, those are good options here for them. If you want to keep running the Caste, if you want to try to shut down KSG's Winston. But if you want to just play, I'm better at long-range hit scan, like Hidden has proven he is a lot of the time, and just put him on the Ashe, you can also play Push. You could also play Blizzard World. You could also play Circuit Royale and play Widowmaker. So
yeah, we got to see Junkertown, I think one of the first time in the entire season.
feels like
few
the
days,
entire
yeah,
year.
a few
like-
days ago. I think it actually might be. I think it's the second time. I haven't checked all the maps.
I know
but
it's played a
correct me if
lot
I'm wrong.
outside of Asia, but
Yeah,
I mean, not a
it's
lot,
just,
but
it's
more
just
than
not
here.
popular here. It's
Yeah.
just non-existent. I actually, for the first, for week 2 and 3, I actually forgot that Junkertown was available.
So I miss
for Escort.
Junkertown just because it's a pretty unique map, but I think that Junkertown has map design issues, like in terms of how it plays out in pro. Like in pro,
Yeah.
you have to make a really tough decision when you win the team fight and you're pushing towards A. You have this huge advantage because if the enemy team tries to contest A and you win that, you get high ground and you basically automatically get B. So like, I think a lot of teams are like, I don't want to mess around with that. Like, that's too stressful. If you're behind, you have to make all these really tough decisions. You're down on old eco, but you don't want to give up A for free. It's a very messy map. And then if you have the better hit scan player, you're like super confident there. But then if you lose control, you're like, I can't do anything because they have high ground, even though I picked this map because I'm the better hit scan player. It doesn't matter. So I think that's why Asian teams shy away from it, just because it has that extra layer of variance. Mint coming in, I did not see that
it's
coming.
Been forever.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
Oh man, Lucio tie. Maybe we're going to Flashpoint.
Could be.
Never know. And it's been Mihawk for the past 3 matches.
Yeah,
at
I think
least.
3 games.
3 matches for Varrel, at least.
Yeah.
And
Ever since they
Mihawk
started-
was never subbed out.
Yeah, ever since they started running the Ilari comps and putting Mihawk on the Ana, that's when we saw this come through. So does feel like it's going to be a Lucio map, no doubt, because that's what Mint plays.
And QLAT goes back to the Ana.
Yes,
That's usually what happens.
100%. I think you're absolutely on the money. The Anoptrix is coming in, right? Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So I was like, I'm waiting for that one. That was the one I did expect.
Yes, yes.
And that one is coming through.
Now this looks like a lot more the older style of Varrel and Lazuli here. So this might... Now we're seeing, I think, the 100% power level from both.
I hope so. I think it was a good strategy to run the Orisa. And like, I love seeing it when teams are like, I have this one specific plan. This is our take on the Ilari setup. But obviously it didn't work.
I love when the teams, especially Varrel in this case, do... Okay, Gotsum has been on the map for some time, and we know
Kiro's
Leo's
also been.
usually the stronger one. So let's just focus down Orisa. He's not willing to die. After 45, focus him down, boom, and then he just went back to spawn and said, okay, guys, I might have to change. Orisa might not work.
So with... not to change topics back to this, but with Kira coming in, I think your read is correct. We're probably going to Suravasa, G-Clef. I think that we have enough clues. We have enough information to piece it together. We could be wrong, but it's really feeling like it's going to be a Suravasa pick. That's what my waters are telling me. That's what my bones are telling me. I've got this weird ache in my ankle that goes off every time Servas is about to be picking. It's
Yes,
really bothering me
it's
right
a
now.
total different team. If you guys haven't seen what Leo was able to do before, with Lazuli, because Jungle Queen, she with the commanding shout, you just press and then everyone just goes, right? That's the sign. That's the green light. You just go and hit. You don't even need to IGL. You just hear that sound and you're ready for it.
Leonoptrix is Junker Queen. He's like, I'm a tank. Well, I'm also a DPS.
Yes.
But also I'm kind of a support. Like, he's giving some green health, you know? He's like, I'm also anti-ing them.
Oh, yes, his rampage is so
yeah,
good.
his rampages are frankly the best in the tournament. Like, KSG very rarely plays it. And obviously Insomnia changed up their tank lineup. And I feel like that's not as strong as it's Fearless or Fearful is not as strong right now as Leonoptrix is on the pick. So I think I could say pretty confidently he's the best Junker Queen in Japan.
Yeah, me too. I fully agree.
So I think that we might see a dive or rush composition. Now, if we were going to see Juno not on Escort or on Hybrid, this would be the map probably. I don't think they're going to do it, but they might. And we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the support has to be ready. And don't actually know with the Junker Queen comp because the Ray it's even if the speed was buffed since compared to last month, it's still slow, I think. If that orbital ray is a little faster in terms of movement, I think it will fit a lot better for the dive.
Has Twitch chat been freed yet? All the
Yeah,
way?
I
Okay,
freed
thank
them.
you. He
I freed
figured it
them.
out faster than me. I'm a boomer. I don't know how to use technology. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, they changed the setting. It was supposed to be there, but they added another like chat settings.
Oh, okay. Thank you,
So-
G Clef.
It wasn't there last week, so I imagine they just updated that.
Chat, say thank you, G Clef.
You're welcome. All good to go. You guys are freed. And I didn't lock you guys in. It was already emote mode.
Wow, so
To
we're just
begin
going to
with.
Runa Sapi.
Oh, so
like
going
you
back to-
originally thought,
Uh-huh.
but not going to be running the Ana and the Ilari, which to be honest, I'm kind of happy about because I'm a little bit tired of that being mainstay because I think it's very punishable and no one in Japan is punishing it. So maybe we'll see something very different here with these subs coming through. You can run Junker Queen on Runa Sapi. The Inoptrix does it all the time. I think that probably on the side of Varrel, though, we will continue to see Winston, at least for the outset.
Yeah, but for push, I played not too many games, and I've seen some pro plays with Juno. Because on push, you can get so much vision on everyone. The torpedoes will do not much damage, not much healing, but it just does a lot more potential compared to the other maps where you just have to look around because it's what you see on the screen. So there's still a small chance for that Juno to come out for the first time in Japan. She's allowed, but not played yet. Let's see. Varrel versus Lazuli. Varrel leading 1-0. Let's go into Runa Sapi, our push map.
Okay, Ashe, Pharah, Junker Queen,
Juno.
Cloud's hovering it with Lucio and Ramatra. Big fan favorite, Varrel, as expected. One of our more popular, frankly, our most popular team in Japan. Crazy Raccoon is obviously the most popular Japanese team right now, but they play in Korea. As he is going to play it.
First
We
gen-
are,
oh,
oh
never
no,
mind. Oh.
just for the Hypergate to put the speed up, I guess, and then swap. That's fine, because then he can teleport, so he doesn't lose anything for that.
Yeah, there's KSG's from Matra to, you know you have to go against Jungle Queen. So not a bad pick for KSG.
Yeah, a lot more common on Flashpoint and on Control to see this matchup. See how well he can pilot this into the Junker Queen.
Some good splash. I imagine that damage came down from Shui. Now into the flank angle. Leo taking some big chunk of damage. Not going in entirely even with the commanding shout. Kuki 8 HP. Somehow he still managed to survive. Here's Leo pushing towards the side. Bit of a rotation, but good catch from Varrel. Not letting things go with the recall. Kuki still there on the ground.
Dynamite gonna go a little bit wide there for Nico, but neither party has actually pushed the robot an inch.
Yeah, but some good neutral push by Varrel. It ended up doing a lot better. Getting some more ground because it at least forces Lazuli to be on the back slope. Now there's a push that Lazuli wanted, but because of the rush from Q-Loud, Lazuli can't go. It was also their timing to go. Even with the sound barrier, that's so quick from Mint. But still, the kills are not coming in. Lazuli with the reaction, forcing them back all the way.
That was just
but no death.
such a good usage, or such a good avoid of that rush from Lazuli. They just kind of used theirs to retreat. Pulse is going to miss. That's actually massive. Shui has a ton of agency now, especially the recall down. And here comes the Bob.
Just a delay.
Sound barrier's up.
Gauge. Lazuli's got their own Bob. And TSG stuck in the middle. Dead. Bob down. But Leo from side. Shui might be trapped in the room. Tracer doing some extra damage, but still alive. Great heals. Coming from Navis and Kiru. And it's Leo time.
Okay, so now we need to get this bot moving. Nico is going to need to retreat because he's vulnerable. Did a ton of extra damage there, but let's see if they can actually match the distance because I'm not sold just yet unless this rampage is big. Also, Shui doesn't have an angle just yet for that barrage. Like at this point of the map, it's really easy for Varrel to sit back, group up, and prevent the Pharah from finding a nice spot. Very easy to punish with their own Ashe, who didn't go down. I think Leo is the one who has to start this fight off, and they know exactly where he is. Look at the split here from Varrel. They just do not want to get purpled.
Forces off that recall. Great start for Leo. Looking for that rampage angle.
Yeah,
Doesn't
could
find
have
that many.
maybe gone for a solo rampage there onto KSG before he has his ult, but he doesn't know that KSG doesn't have ult yet. Decides not to do it.
Yeah, Annihilation. Available now with the check mark. Nico from the side. With the rush from Navis, I think this is the moment. Guess he has to pop it. Mint Kyuki very low. Not found yet. But with their slower rotation, Tree looking for the barrage angle. Potentially, but forces to be off. He is
Down
the
he
target
goes.
inside.
It's just
Isolated
so
himself with the positioning.
It's so hard to actually find a barrage at this part of the map, especially with Varrel's positioning. And once again, Mint has sound barrier advantage here.
This
Leo's
should
down.
be the team 5 of Varrel.
Yeah.
Not a use, with no use of X ult.
Part of the reason why we saw Mint get 2 sound barriers faster is because Kiro is not healing as much. The Pharah is actually helping Mint build faster ults. As now they're going to get 2 picks here, though.
Hidden coming back strong. But 3 with the ultimates. Nico, Mint, Cloud still there. Lazuli with the side rotation. Hidden wants to find more.
Varrel definitely should be able to prevent them from getting the distance advantage, or at least they'll have a team fight opportunity here to do so, is to say. So Nico.
Yeah, 40 meters. Not that much compared to how many team fight that Varrel has won. It was only one big team fight win.
Yeah, they haven't had massive controls. Cloud may just Kitsune rush the Ramatra into position.
Papa quickly, Davis down before the sound barrier catches.
Oh, the timing so off there.
It was close. The timing wasn't bad. It was just that a better catch was done by Varrel there. Lazuli trying to do what they can, but don't want to use the rampage yet. As entire team's down. That's a team wipe. Varrel with another great start, but they ended up using all 3 ultimates.
Yeah. Kira, though, used the sound barrier in trade. And Leo's still holding on to that rampage because Varrel have not given him any opportunity to find an angle. And I think he had that one chance I mentioned earlier to solo rampage KSG. Obviously, he doesn't know if he has his ult or not, but still might have been able to kill him before the Annihilation starts ticking through if they had focused on him. And that might have been a window he didn't take. As Shui down early, G-Clef. This is looking really rough for Lazuli now.
Yeah, Kyuki looks really good today. Just chasing targets. And Lazuli, they don't really want to. Okay, she should be back soon enough with the blinks. And that's why Kyuki's waiting for him off to the side. Knows that this should be the angle for that Tracer to come in, or the Lucio. Reach out. PSG running away. But Nico finds one first.
Rush
How did
committed
Leo
here.
get bursted down so quickly?
Stick.
It's good, but the better response. With the Annihilation. And Mid's still there. KSG's still alive.
I think Cloud Suzu'd the stick as well. And Varrel are in so much control that, like, if they win this next fight, they might just finish the map. And that's how much of an advantage they have right now. Shui's going to desperately swap over to Genji as Leo's still holding that rampage. But it might be time to give up on the dream.
Yeah, it's hard. When you're pushing, when you're winning the team fights, yeah, certainly there are a lot more angles for that rampage, but when you're always getting pushed back. So here's a rush, semi-rush with Shui. As Genji pops in. Pulse.
Looks like it was Suzu.
Yeah. Great catch by Navis, all the way back. But still forces off that to be cooldown.
I mean, Swee's just trying what he can to build a Dragon Blade, but there's no time here. Offering very little in terms of damage. Rampage canceled!
Oh man, and the sound barrier doesn't save him. 3 down, and Varrel just a little faster today with the focus fire.
I mean, without a barrier here, and Varrel having sound barrier advantage, like I said, there's a real world where they could actually finish this map. All they need to do is win one more team fight here, and if they just slam that sound barrier, it is looking very likely they can do it. Now, Kyuki dying here will stave some of the pressure off for a minute, but he's Tracer. He can get back very quickly. Same for Mint. So 2 good picks here for Lazuli. They need to get into a really nice spot here as Leo swaps over to the Orisa, which I think, given how this map is going, is a good choice. Big staggers here, because now it's not just as simple as, okay, press sound barrier, finish the map. But Lazuli have so much they need to push this bot on. Like, they end up winning this longer fight, grabbing the bot. But they need more than that. They need to hold high ground here. I think Leo needs to go way far up here, and they need to try to commit a Kitsune rush while somebody's pushing the cart. I don't know who that's going to be. Probably Kiru. But this is going to get really awkward for Lazuli really fast.
Yeah, 222. Not much time as Nico swaps back to Soldier now. Mint. Extra sound barrier for Varrel. No, doesn't pop it for KSG. Thought it was enough for him to actually be allowed. Okay, Leo down. That's a bit of a trade. Genji gets another. No sound barrier for Varrel. They just want to reset now.
They just don't have enough time. I think like they're so desperately trying to push the bot because they know that if they just try to win some small team fights, it's not enough. So they want to like both have the bot rolling, but also push up and keep that tempo advantage before the barrier can come up. But now once Varrel regroup, they're going to have that sound barrier advantage. Lazuli are 100% aware of that, and there's nothing Kira could do to get that last 30% faster. They do have a Kitsune Rush they could use here, but they don't know if the barrier is just going to deny it. So it's a really tough call to make here for Lazuli. Nevis is going to have to make it, though. Blade almost at the ready. Lazuli's so close to so many of these big tools. So close, but so far.
And the time's not working out for them. Kyuki here again, looking for that pulse. Recalls, back. Looking safe as Nico will slowly get that overclock close enough. Big rush from both. To the disengage, here comes the Blade. But can you really find the right target?
The answer is no. It looks like, I mean, he is able to take out KSG, but the fight is won here for Varrel. Kiru dies before he can barrier in the longer fight. Down goes Shui. And Varrel, once again, staving the pressure off, having great target selection, and hitting the last one to fall here. Lazuli, they wanted to use the rush with the Blade. They had that timing, but they just weren't able to get the sound barrier to pair with it. Mint waited. He was so patient, barriered most of that Blade damage. Now Nico has overclock as well. And there's only 30 seconds to go here.
Yeah, not looking good. Cassie swap. Still Terra Surge and the sound barrier, which they missed many times, but Tira, surely this should be the one to do it the third time.
I mean,
be the charm for Lazuli. Not much time, 15 seconds left. Can they make the miracle push? Comes engage and overclock from the side. This time the sound barrier perfectly on time. Terra right in the middle for Leo. No kill coming through. Nico bit of contest, but that overclock, they did manage to stay in it. Lazuli hidden. Burst it down, getting chased by this Winston bubble, but KSG also low, can't come out. Getting stopped by multiples.
Too many players chasing him.
And Nico's still good to go from the side. And overtime, the ticks are going very fast. You have to be on that robot. You have nowhere else to go. It's just the Kiriko and the Leo. Some members coming back. Lucio's still there. Oh, what a catch from Leo there. No pulse. But some time. But still won't be enough for the overtime respawn for Lazuli to come back and hit the robot. Varrel takes it again.
2-0 lead here for our #1 team in OWCS Japan. They weren't #1 until they beat Insomnia in their final match, but they are trying to compete to get that #1 seed going into playoffs. And they were one map away from leading in that regard in this round robin. They obviously will rematch Insomnia later on this week, but that one was a very... There were so many tools for the side of Lazuli that they didn't have in time. And I think sticking with that Junker Queen for as long as they did, once they realized Varrel was really just outclassing them, it felt so tragic because they were basically getting out-meted by this Ramatra comp that was working incredibly well. So much coordination around the Ramatra pushes. The sound barriers were fantastic as well. And, you know, this is why we saw the sub come in. Mint's playing Lucio again. And he was able to build sound barriers faster because they were running Pharah. So Pharah's doing a bunch of AoE damage, but not getting elims. More AoE damage around Lucio means more Lucio heals, which means 20% of a lead on sound barrier twice in a row. And so he was able to dictate the pace of a lot of those fights. And then the Blade, when they swapped Shui over to Genji, was essentially just shut down by a very well-timed sound barrier. He waited until the Blade was out and he went for his first dash. That's like when he hit the ground. Mint's timings were so good there. And then it's just from then on, you don't have the ults, you don't have the tools, you don't have time, and you don't have distance. And it was a very oppressive push map there. And again, like I mentioned before, if they would have had that one clutch team fight with Hidden, they probably actually just finished the map. They didn't, but they still won. Yep,
and some off timings from the sound barriers and some big tools like the Rampage getting cancelled. So it was a big win for Varrel overall on that Runasapi. A map chosen by Lazuli. And they have to do it again because they lost the second map. 2-0 up for Varrel. Let's see what they can show us next time after the break. And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of our first series. Varrel versus Lazuli. 2-0 so far. Lazuli seems like they're missing just a 0.1 centimeter, 0.1 millimeter of an inch before they press the button. Or it could have been a different story. A couple of sound barriers, a couple of rampage. And I think that's exactly what they're missing. The tempo is just a little faster, Varrel today.
Yeah, Varrel is just looking like they're our best Japanese team, you know? I mean,
yeah,
like Lazuli put up a good fight, obviously on control. They had a really cool strategy coming in. And then they took us to push, and then they tried to run the Junker Queen. But I think that for Varrel and for us, like you and I both were like, okay, he's playing Junker Queen. They're aware of it. They pulled the Ramatra out. We're going to see Mihawk back in. I don't think we'll see Godson back in.
So I was about to say, why didn't they use Vint before? It was so much better. It was just balanced, solid, almost like an easy win.
Because they didn't want to play Lucio.
I know.
That's the answer, G Club. Oh, Godson is back in.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Okay. Where are we going then?
That smells like hybrid. Probably some diva action.
Like involved? Paraiso, maybe?
I really hope it's not King's Row if you're a Lazuli fan. Sakume's back in for Nevis. So
more diva and maybe some.
See if
It
there's
seems
anything
like
else.
hybrid to me too. With Ilari on the back and just one big push.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about how Japanese teams are playing Ilari right now is how it's played in other regions and in Korea specifically is you just kind of play around pylons and you play Farah and she flies forward, does some AoE, flies back around the corner, gets some heals. Like Circuit Royale is like the best example of where we've seen this find a lot of success. We've seen it a little bit on Dorado, but in Japan, it's just like I build my ult as fast as possible and I use it for Captive Sun. It's a Captive Sun pick. Heals are cool and all, but like heals build ult charge. The ult charge is actually how we fight. We will show you guys as well, real quick, that we still have our emotes, our little, drops, I believe.
The new one.
Yeah, I think we're going to show you guys those.
Is that the one that they're trying to tell us?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But anyway. Oh, no, it's a cheerful.
It's online, the cheer plaque card.
Oh, that's very cute.
That's very nice. KSG. It also almost seems like the cheese snacks in KSG form. You don't get it? Disregard what I just said.
It's very well done. It looks like it was made in paint, but yet also like very classic, very classy. This is the Japanese caster showing it. You can see the Japanese caster kind of
their shirt looks really cool.
Yeah,
I want one.
They do real fashion in Japan, man.
Yeah,
I'm always jealous.
Fashion. And they do real sponsors too. Like they would eat like a bento.
Yeah.
Before the overview, one of the casters just puts down the mic and starts eating. The other one just keeps on speaking, and then it's like, "We've got bento number 2. Now your time to eat."
Yeah.
They just do like wild sponsors like that. It's really cool how they handle broadcast.
So the reason why I don't want to see King's Row is because it is a map where you can use Ilari very well on defense and then even on attack because of the enclosed spaces. King's Row is very narrow how you play it, especially out once you get to the streets phase. It opens up a little bit again on C, but still quite narrow. Captive Sun value is just insane because you just have this big AoE blast and then you pop people. So another Varrel fan here.
On top of the Winston. Can't read Japanese on the top, but I do see Varrel, so imagine this is another KSG fan.
I can't read the handwriting that well, so I'm not sure, but
let me use
looking like it's a KSG fan.
Google capture. I don't think it'll capture because it's so far apart. Maybe it's time to learn Japanese.
Yeah,
because we're casting Japan all this time. It'll take me years.
Ganbatte, G-Club.
Ganbare, okay.
So,
Ganbare Oto-san, yes.
Looked like we had a little bit of a delay with all the subs coming back in and then out. Maps, I think, like Hidden, in my opinion, is the best player on this roster. Shui sometimes ends up, depending on how his performance is, he ends up outperforming Hidden. His Genji's quite good, as Farah is quite good. I don't think you can play Farah into this team, though. It's already been shown. So if you took us to like Blizzard World. If you're going to play hybrid, you can play D.Va there if you want to. On attack, it's quite strong. You can kind of use it on defense. It was very strong on Midtown when Midtown was in the pool. And then you could play around Hidden's long sightline control because on A, you have the defensive high ground sightlines. Outside of A, when you push in the streets phase towards B, you have long sightlines on defense. So it feels like a map that really plays into Hidden's strengths. His Ashe is fantastic, right? So that's a map I look at. I look at Hidden on Widowmaker, on Circuit Royale. These are picks I think that make sense to me. Runasapi made a lot of sense for all the reasons you mentioned earlier. They picked it. It didn't work out. Now that Godsim's back in, I feel like it could be anything but Flashpoint, probably. But I really just don't want to see... and I'm scared that we're going to see Cloud just captive Sun people and get 3Ks on King's Row. And it's just going to be a 3-0.
It makes sense. Lots of choke. Just means a lot more potential for that big captive Sun, double, triple. That's exactly what they're looking for. One push. Even if the other ultimates not work, the captive Sun just delivers the damage. And that's Varrel, especially with that Winston pick.
Okay, Circuit Rail.
Okay, so everything actually makes sense.
Yeah,
now,
this does make sense.
Going back to the map that we are going to see a lot more Pharah, Widowmaker, and Ilaric comp. So potentially even Gotham just playing on his favorite Sigma. I think this makes a lot more sense now that he's back in the game.
Yeah. I think, you know, when you look at Hidden's track record, like this is a great map for him. He has to pop off. I think Shui can play Pharah here too, but it's a risk. Rather see like Widow Tracer. But let's see what Lazuli's game plan is. One map away from going 0-1 in this round robin.
That's right. Varrel on the match point. Let's see what happens in Circuit Royale.
Godsim also plays Sigma, so that is another reason why they would, you know, sub him in here. That does make sense. Well, Leon Optrix has played it, but Godsim is definitely the better Sigma player. We've also seen Sweet continue to run this venture on Circuit Royale to big success. I think that the best we've seen is AIDS venture on this map. He's had the most successful venture play. We saw Tayo play it a little bit as well, but Varrel looking primed here with their very commonly used Zenyatta. Actually going to stick with the Sojourn, swapping Mihawk back over to Ana. And out the gates here, we are seeing the Juno. Cloud is sticking with this. Can be very powerful with the D.Va. Can speed her up, and the healing outputs are pretty good.
Yeah.
With the Ana and the Juno, it's very difficult to break through that KSG armor. There's the speed up.
You're going to stay up in the air by just controlling the space. And you can do some torpedoes because you can get all of your members to heal up and also extra damage. Hidden all the way to the side, defending Lazuli. Not a bad first push, but here comes the corner. Some good distraction. Could it go up? Maybe decided not to go up. The field. Taking kill out. Caught with a drill. 1-1 treated. Got him down. That's bigger for Lazuli. Lose tank. No more extra barrier for the defense. Now Varrel just had to wait for the quick respawn. As Juno will come quick enough.
Some really great bio nades from Mihawk, and he's already got Nano.
Oh, what a shot from Hidden, what they needed with that KSG on the front.
Now this should slow down the push here for Varrel substantially. They'll wait for his respawn before they nano boost KSG here. Kyuki is also pretty far away from the Blizzard, but I think that you can set all of this up with a really nice nano boost. I mean, I don't think you want to wait for the Juno ult. Oh, there's another big bio nade comes through. There's the nano.
Yeah, from Mihawk, gets immediately with a nano. But the Matrix, fast Sukume. Everyone up alive. Shui close to the Tectonic.
Actually got Sakume. What?
Got one. Nice toss there. Hidden. That was a call from Nico. Quick rail. Now even the overclock. They're basically using everything. Blizzard. Tectonic was actually shut down so quickly.
Yeah, just completely shut down. Unfortunately.
Nicely done by Nico.
Really big. And that's another ult down. We'll see if Shui swaps. I don't think so, though. As the bio nades for Mihawk have really been the big story for me Just constantly heal denying, build a fast nano, and is just able to constantly apply that pressure. Cloud ults as well, but I feel like it's just an afterthought. This is not even necessary. The damage boost is going to feel great in a fight like that, though. And he used the ring to give KSG the extra speed as well when he did get nanoed. They're running this Juno incredibly well so far.
Look at this. This railgun. The flux. Ching one.
Another good bio.
Keeping the teammate alive. Kyuki down first. Varrel might need to regroup after this since they already got the point. And some half a slope. Milk all the way in the back. And this is exactly the strike with Shui and everyone inside the small room.
Okay, Varrel need to regroup here. This is starting to get a little bit overzealous on this corner. And Nico's punished. Yeah, on the retreat. As high ground control still goes to Hidden here. This is why they picked Circuit Rail for Hidden's Widow. And basically for his Widow alone has got some for some extra barrier control. So he can basically, no matter where he is, have some additional shielding. Now he has wall hacks. And as Nano Boost is once again ready for Mihawk, he's building these so incredibly quickly. And we'll see if they can actually dive Hidden off of this, because this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Even with the Hyper Ring, for the extra speed, it's hard to actually take him out. He's going for it. Ring out, Nano out.
Quick boost. And KSG learning the focus. Rally out to keep things alive. KSG running back, even with the raid coming down from Qloud. Extra healing, extra damage.
Got some dies? That's not supposed to happen.
I guess his barrier was gone. Let us be the only way. Hidden all the way in the back. Shot.
Blizzard out.
There's a few targets on the side, but is it actually catching anyone?
Nobody's going to get frozen. They do get out. Shui's going to get out as well. They're getting some distance, though, so even though they don't end up winning the fight, quote-unquote, they actually get a lot out of this. But here comes the Tectonic Shock.
Shui with the range. Provide some more. Down to about 2 minutes now. Nico coming back with the own venture. Contesting with the other DPS, and Kiru just slaps him.
I feel like this comp from Varrel just isn't really working the way they want it to. There's too much distance they need to actually cross with the Hyper Ring and KSG's nanos coming through, or Mihawk's nanos onto KSG, and they still haven't been able to dethrone Hidden. Sure, they're threatening the backline, but Sakame has his Immortality Field, and the dives just aren't working. Nico is going to have his own Tectonic Shock, and maybe that's what breaks the back here of Lazuli, but gonna have to wait to see it come out as Hidden actually goes down to a right click.
Big moment. Hidden was never really put down on the back line. That was a big problem. Got him, putting a delay on it. Catches Kuki. Blocks early on. KSG on the back line, bit of a trade in the middle. Shui with the drill, still alive. Mihawk.
Godsum is going to get staggered here, and that might just be the cap here coming through for Varrel. Now that they have the huge ult advantage as well. Really a lot of time bought, though, from Lazuli. This map pick is working for them to a certain extent, and they were able to shut down Varrel's Juno comp pretty well. I think that's going to end here, as now they're struggling to get out of this door. Nano Boost at the ready. Kyuki picked again! Hidden, man, I'm telling you, this is why they picked this map. No one to deal with this Widow.
This Widow, there's the Ray and the Diva. Stalling a little extra. Nico was able to find one. Hidden, another shot. Qloud, that's a second. The payload, 2.55 away. Getting that second point.
Immortality feels high value.
Contesting. Oh, but that purple from Mihawk was almost a steal. Got some again. I think the barrier just broke right before that. So unfortunate there, Nico. On point. Payload, 1.6 now. 5 seconds left to go, but this payload will push and give them extra time for that potential third point.
Now this is where things are going to get really interesting for Varrel, because they will have to contest this balcony. And obviously, as you can see here, KSG is going to be the best person to go between high and low ground with his thrusters. But he's actually going to get burst down pretty quickly by Lazuli if he goes alone. So they need to kind of move this card up, get the Mei into position as well. And all the while, they have to deal with this poke coming out from Hidden. But Hidden doesn't have great line of sight here, as you can see. He knows where everybody is, but there's no targets outside of Diva, and Diva doesn't care about Widowmaker, so... Okay, Mihawk also just going to get a pick with a bio.
That's a good opening, though. for them to push some extra. Yeah, Juno going very fast. Yuki all the way up front. D.Va. Now with the frozen Gotham. That should leave a lot more. Maybe this will be a 3-point after all.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even need to contest the outside balcony. They didn't need to control the Widow there. Their comp is so good into it, and then they just... They could have actually played that game, and they're like, no, we got a biopick onto the Brig. We just push forward straight up. Blizzard is placed really well. Orbital Ray once again.
Purple on Kiru. And this is exactly what you find. Nico put down, though. Good shot from Hidden. We're waiting for that overclock. Might be what they needed. Kishi with a double. These self-destructs. I think we've seen a lot more kills than ever.
Saw a lot
And
of...
that should be a 3.
Saw a lot
No
of,
way.
so-
Juno triple kill?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of self-destructs out of FaZe and Pacific last week, but this is something else. And frankly, especially considering the architecture of Circuit Royale, even if your barrier is misplaced or if you're not sure about it, you're trying to use it for something else, like, you can't be dying to those. It's good placements from KSG, but also I feel like Lazuli dropping the ball a little bit. I mean, it's happening too many times. Well, that really good play from Mihawk once again just opens up the map for Varrel. Lazuli losing too many members or getting purple constantly. The healing output is so insane on this Juno. I feel like the Orbital Ray is so good with Mei, but I don't even think that's really what's going on here. Like, I feel like the Orbital Ray's value has been relatively muted. Like, the heal actually comes through so slowly that it's not like Kyuki is immortal with a heal on his back and he's just beaming people down with his ice. It's just Varrel playing better coordinated gameplay. Even with Nico getting picked there, they just don't care. They're like, we just have a comp that runs you over. Widow doesn't have sightlines, can't break through the D.Va. Hidden once again going to run this Widowmaker on the attack, as Lazuli will otherwise just keep this composition completely the same. The same to be true of Varrel. Scarily enough, I feel like Varrel's comp is even stronger on defense. Shui looks like he's actually going to match this Mei. At least that's what he's thinking of for the time being. Can, of course, swap quickly as the attacking team if he doesn't feel like it's going to work out, but a very awkward comp now with Widow Mei.
Yeah. So let's see how that will work. Lazuli attack now. It's been Hidden show. A lot of those snipes. Not going to catch Juno.
Almost punishing for that hover there, but not quite.
That glide is really good. Especially with the shift.
Yeah, you're so fast, it's hard to actually get picked. Nico waiting for his opportunity here. Railgun charged.
Yeah, good distance. She can hit. Shot from the sideline. Looking for Hidden contesting. Yeah, looking for Nico to come out some heal. Coming off from KSG, so Nico can go back. Another harass going back and forth. Ice wall. No isolated target yet.
Kyuki just getting some free damage done. Halfway to a blizzard already.
Ooh, good push.
Now
Hidden
Hidden.
down.
Yeah, Hidden actually finds that kill. Now he's got line of sight advantage here. The whole map is open for him. And Mihawk probably doesn't want to peek that.
Yeah, you can't peek, but you can't heal if you don't want to peek. You don't have the ankle. KSG, that's why the mech is down.
This time they have an answer to the D.Va. This time they have the answer. And Hidden is just popping off. But once you end up getting that initial pick and your whole team can clump up on top of the D.Va, KSG has nowhere to go. And obviously with the Mei, you could slow him down and freeze him. And the D.Va just doesn't have any way to deal with that. When it was just Widow before, no other way to get on top of this. I mean, Venture is not necessarily going to be the answer. Usually not going to be the answer to D.Va. Varrel will end up losing the first point here. A better time bank, actually, for Lazuli.
Much better time bank. Emphasize on for Hidden. Imagine he'll be on the back looking for the hook. So that's why Varrel, they have to hide.
Ooh, this is kind of tricky.
Gotham keeping them inside the building.
Yeah, but he gets punished for it.
Not for long. Still got to keep the flux. Two more ultimates, KSG. Pushing the payload, but still 4 minutes. Lazuli's got plenty of time.
Okay, KSG picks off Kiru here. Just running through this team with all those Juno heals. Nothing that anyone can do about it. Got some dying, meant that there was just no extra damage, no front line there. And then the D.Va just cleans up. Now Varrel have 6 ultimates here on the defense. Sure, it's a huge time bank, but they finally get line of sight control. It's still Sojourn into Widow. As this shouldn't kill anyone, right? Okay, thank God.
I almost thought that was a kill, but it was Kuki. Kiru down, so Lazuli. Oh, Blizzard down? Kuki got! What a catch. What a trade of it. Oh, even the Blizzard was down. The field gone, but a good trade. But over to Ray. Varrel might have used a little too much, but let's see. Matrix, the Flux, even the Overclock, burning everything. Then Nico turn it on his own, stunt. Some damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Varrel. Maybe they're gonna swap. Yeah, it looks like they are. Ramatra swap. Juno likely swap onto Lucio or Kiriko if you want to run this. The answer is no. I mean, you're still gonna get value out of the Hyperloop with the Ramatra, but interesting they want to keep this as time is dwindling. And Lazuli obviously used a lot in that last push here, but KSG just gonna brute force this with the Hyperloop.
They tried it, but not against the wall. Of their own from Kuki. Yeah, we're keeping them okay. That was a dangerous shot. Ooh, Shui. Yeah, this time it seems like Lazuli pushed the line a little far. Too far.
Lazuli don't have an Ana in their comp, so Kuki just sets up a wall. They get massive Bionade value again. And look at how much damage KSG did on one team fight. Like, he's already at 75%, 76% of his annihilation off of basically that push alone. It's pretty crazy. And Varrel will have this high ground for Nico once again. Hidden can't do as much when he actually can't get line of sight. He does have the Emperor sight, but he's going to tell him what he already knows, which is that the bad guys are above him and around a corner. Godsum is just going to try to use Javelins here to take high ground away. Risky call to swap to this Orisa here when you're completely outranged, but it's good into the Mei, decent into the Ramatra. You can see Hidden is struggling to find any shots here.
Yeah, now they're really hiding away from Hidden. You know this angle is kind of tight. As long as you stick to the wall off the either side, you should be good to go against Hidden. Matrix up to Kume. First engage, KSG caught on the side, has to pop that annihilation to survive. Off to the push. Now this Blizzard should do a decent amount of push, getting some zone control. Hit it with the fire shot again, Kuki caught down. They're close, about a minute to go. Is she still there? Nanoed will survive. Not enough damage to actually bring him down.
KSG trying his best to kind of chip away here, buy some space for the teammates to rejoin. And, I mean, Hidden needs to hit these shots. If he's not hitting them, they're running out of time. 45 seconds. Okay, there's one.
Yeah, that hook angle.
Orbital Ray out as well.
He has to burn everything. 33, more time to field.
I mean, Lazuli need to push harder, but they don't have any tools. They're waiting for that ultimate for Godsum, but it's so far away.
They're waiting for another hook kill. Not this time from Hidden. 20 seconds. Lazuli. Finally with an opening, KSG down. And Nico wants to save the team, but not so great after that one overclock. Won't be enough this time.
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. The ult economy here from Varrel, very sloppy. A little bit of a weird comp they're running. I don't feel like super efficient. And yet still, they've been able to take so much time off the clock. They're so knowledgeable about how to play corners on this map, how to play around Hidden, but he still found a few angles, and that's enough. As once again, the team is cut off. Finally, Shui finds the ice wall he's looking for. It's a very low time bank here. They may very well finish the map, though, but they're going to have to win 2 fights in a row here. And it's going to have to be high val. Oh, well, chances are diminished now.
This time Hidden caught. Quick rotation from... Yo, even the Blizzard. Toss down from Shui. Don't know about that after losing a couple down. I feel these Blizzard has been just tossed by the Mei player on their own without the team much.
Yeah, it's like they're fishing for the most high value angle, but they're not really thinking about the big picture in terms of what the enemy team has, where they are, what the advantages are. Because yeah, it was a good Blizzard angle, but it doesn't matter, they'll just walk out of it if you're down members and you can't punish, you can't trap them. Would have been great with the Terra Surge paired together, but Now all they have is the Terra Surge and the rally. Godsim is going to get focused here as he comes around the corner.
Kill out on top. Nano to Sketchy will survive. Rally out from Kiru. Trying to have opening in 10 seconds. He had to touch the payload now. Get all the way to his third point, which will be a long way out.
Ray committed.
Isolation. PSG with the Ray. Keeping the team alive. Right next to the payload. And with the extra damage, oh, Sakumi Matrix is out, but a little too late, got him down. Might be it for Lazuli.
Looking likely. Down goes Kiru.
Yeah, look at this mobility. Coming down from support and extra damage and extra healing.
May's buying a lot of time, but I just don't know if they'll be able to regroup. Blocked out, and that is the series going to Varrel 3-0. Very unique composition with the Juno. Pretty weird. Not sure if I'm super sold on it, but that last orbital ray was the highest value one we saw because you're healing your teammates on the card as they try to buy time into this Orisa Terra Surge, so the Terra Surge follow-up isn't as strong. And then the damage output goes up so heavily while you're in that orbital ray that you can then burst down the Orisa incredibly well. So finally, it felt like we saw Cloud get some serious value out of the ultimate, because otherwise it was really just his healing output that we were seeing and some of the hyper loops giving some additional speed to the Diva. Hard to say who I would vote POTM because it was kind of a team effort. Like, I almost just want to say Mihawk, to be honest, even though he didn't play all three maps. Like, he had such high impact on the Ana. KSG as well, across a multitude of heroes, had a very high impact. It might be him. I'm always like, yeah, Nico votes cool with me, but I don't feel like he really was the guy today. I don't think it was him. He kind of got outclassed on Circuit Royale. Was he had a quiet day.
Kuki was good for control and push, but Hidden was just outstanding on that Widowmaker, putting Kuki down to the ground. Nico also dead. KSG always solid, but I think so. I would vote for Mint. The big barrier wins, yes. Was always delivered one map, but I think it's really worth the POTM for the team.
Yeah, I don't think you can vote for Cloud either. Sadly, I just don't think. I don't think the Juno vote is a vote that you can do. I don't think the Alari vote's a vote that you can do. I'm gonna predict. I think KSG is gonna get it.
Yeah, I think so. I think KSG's was a lot more balanced.
His Ramatra was good on first and third maps. Diva was fantastic. He kept getting bombs. It's really easy to highlight. So if you're voting for POTM, you're like, I got to do production to solid, you know? Let's see those Diva bombs. Maybe we'll see them from a different angle this time so we can actually see what happened. But it doesn't matter like if it was just his angle that was so incredibly difficult to deal with while the team was pushing, or if the enemy team messes up. End result, Diva self-destructs, got kills. And he was the one who sent them, and it was heavily impactful throughout this series. So we will have to wait and see. Here it is. Oh.
Juno.
Illegal. KSG was robbed. Mihawk was robbed. Oh, it's only Juno highlights? Oh,
okay,
I see what's going on, G Club.
What's going on.
I see what's happening.
I see exactly what's happening.
That wasn't even a team fight winning ult. They won the fight before that.
Those rays are cool, but
okay, the last ray was actually
this
one was actually
really
like really good. This one I'm like, okay, I'll give you that one.
The torpedoes, yeah.
They didn't even show his Ilari.
Oh yeah, just Juno. No Ilari, no captive sons whatsoever.
Well, you know what? He's the first Juno player in Japan. So
yeah, first Juno player and first POTM.
There you go. I don't know what to say, G-Clef, but you know, it was cool, it was interesting, and his last orbital ray was the one that won them the team fight that ended the series. So you know what? Maybe that makes him player of the match.
Yeah, really good. Hyper ring ends up being I think almost as fast as some Lucios can be, and you're also in the air, so you can actually go help with the teammates really quick. The 12 shots each. Sometimes because you're moving too fast, the heals don't go in as quick. I think that number just changed on our screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes, 7. So it makes sense now.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, yeah, that's our first series, G-Clef.
Yeah.
Of our seeding decider tournament. Up next, we will have Insomnia versus Nyam, a second versus third. That one also could end up being one-sided because Insomnia are so good right now. But it depends on what Nyam has prepared coming into today and whether they have their own Juno compositions ready.
To get
Probably
the POTM?
That's the POTM strat, apparently.
Yeah, that is. Let's keep on track if the support keeps on getting it, because supports out of Juno hasn't been getting that many votes, and all of a sudden it's just Q loud. Coming up next, we have that match that you just mentioned, as you can see on the screen, Insomnia versus NyamGaming, second match of the night. We will be back soon. And welcome back, everyone, for the second series of the night. Insomnia versus NyamGaming. The night just keeps on getting better. Varrel at the early today, just with a quick 3-0. We imagined it'll be much more of a series, but ends up being a 3-0. This might actually be a quicker one because Insomnia looks a lot stronger.
Yeah,
Nyam.
it's weird kind of how this one shakes out with Lazuli being 4th seed because it feels like this one could be more one-sided. Obviously, Insomnia was first for a large portion of the season. It was only at the end of the season where Varrel beat them that they took first place away from them. So now Insomnia faces off against Nyam, who outperformed. I think our expectations for them were a pretty big upgrade to what we saw from them in Stage 1. So this one could be interesting. Like, I think this one could be closer. Obviously, the beginning of the round robin, we have stronger seeds against weaker seeds. It'll get a little bit more interesting as we move to the rest of the round robin. Like, what happens when Lazuli plays against Nyam? That's not going to happen today, but that'll be a really fun one to watch. And then when, obviously, we see Varrel take on Insomnia, which was a close series as well last time it happened, just last week. So we start off with kind of the more one-sided matches, then it gets more interesting in this round robin. Insomnia is really good. And Aid is the man who is leading the charge in Player of the Match votes. He has been arguably the most impactful player in Japan this season individually. And it's going to be hard to beat him and the team around him, of course.
Yes, and Mugaru, the brother, on top of things, he's been improving a lot in his hero pool. Not just the ball that we've seen many, many times in the previous season and also last year. Was basically a ball one trick almost player, has grown into a bigger hero. Of course, the only tank for the team can match with Undersea Aid, who's been outperforming so well. So I think Insomnia, they're still not really 100% perfect as a team. Varrel was able to beat them, I think, because of somewhat of a different tempo change coming out from the support line. I think IQ and Wagayume, just like what we have seen before, the support line just a little faster from Varrel because they're a lot more experienced. I think the IGL is just a lot more sharper on top of those calls. So if IQ and Wagayume can step up to somewhat of a higher level to match with Mugaru and Nade in the faster tempo, I think they can actually beat Varrel again and maybe end up being the champion of Japan for the season.
Yeah, it could happen for sure. I think that is where we're expecting our finals to go, Varrel versus Insomnia. But our second matchup is the one we've been talking about. Insomnia's lineup here with Undersea joining up with Aid now, with Daisy moving to a different squad. Mugaru, of course, the tank lineup, the actual brother of Aid. It's a little lesser known fact, but we've mentioned it a few times this season. Then you have Aiku and Wagayume, who have a lot of flexibility in their hero pools, which is why you see this roster doesn't have any subs there. So this roster is really strong. I think very clear favorites coming into today, just like Varrel was against Lazuli. But we'll see if they are... Like, they've been running a lot of comps exclusively and just running them on every map and feel very predictable in some ways. They still win, even though they keep doing the same things, so no one's been able to punish them very consistently. But maybe this roster right here will be able to get it done, as Daisy and Scarlet are the DPS lineup. Dox will be our starting tank player, and Mimosa and Wydot bring up supports.
Yeah, the formal teammate, Daisy, against Undersea to start things off in the seeding matches. A very solid roster, but in terms of speed and the dive potential, I think Insomnia tops very hard. So NyamGaming, I would like to see them actually respond to it and disengage some passive moments, because Scarlet can be very aggressive, but I've seen Scarlet just doing a lot better in terms of reacting against the team, because Dox can sustain so well with Mimosa and Wydot. So this team certainly has the balance, but I think they just have to be able to react against stronger teams like Varrel and Insomnia. And because of some prep time and also Juno allowed, maybe this is the moment for them to shine.
It certainly is. I think Mimosa has a big role to play in today's game. Scarlet has been very flexible. His Genji, his Pharah have been big boons for this roster and why they got third over Lazuli, ultimately leading into this seeding tournament. So maybe we'll see this team upset today. I would love to see a close series between these two squads. I hope they have a good read coming in. They've had some extra time to prepare. We are starting things off on Samoa. Had a lot more diversity over the last week or so of control maps here in Japan, so I'm happy to see that. So I'm glad to see Samoa now. That means we do not get a repeat from series to series. We do have one more series after this, of course, so there's an opportunity to get all 3. But this is a map where we see a lot of Ashe, Tracer, Winston, standard, stock standard dives, except on Volcano, where we do see some of the Ramatra comps coming through, some Mauga. Let's see what these teams' read is going to be moving into this one. I don't think we'll see Juno here at all.
I shouldn't see Juno on Samoa. Of course she can be played, but it's not as impactful compared to the other modes that we have. And there's a lot better supports if you talk about Samoa. So with the dubstep, let's get in. First map is Samoa. Insomnia seems like the big favorite of this matchup. Let's see what NyamGaming can do. Starting things on Volcano.
So we are starting Volcano.
The lava lamp.
Where we do see that Ramatra and sometimes the Mauga I was talking about. Milgaro has been really good at this pick. And when Aid's not playing Cassidy, he plays the Venture, which you could play with this with Dive. This is the one map where Juno actually does kind of work. We'll see if they actually stick with this outside of the Hyper Ring. The answer is going to be yes. So did not expect this even on Volcano, but it's definitely the place where it will be at its strongest. And Mimosa is running the Ilari. Scarlet's on Pharah. No surprises here in terms of compositions for these two teams.
Yeah, with the Lucio plus Juno, you can get so much speed with look at that. Entai on the back line. Wagume caught off immediately. Dogs with the dive. Will he jump back and keep himself alive? Seems like the answer is yes. The back line gone from Insomnia. What a start from NyamGaming. Quick purple. Entai working well again.
Milgaro taken out here. Fantastic Bionades from Wydot. Already at 66% of that nano. So much damage dealt. And that's going to be the first cap going over to NyamGaming. So already, a little bit of fire here. You mentioned the speed that Insomnia can rotate with that Mauga, with the Lucio and the Juno. But unfortunately, they kind of sped their way into some big purples as Aid is firing away, but needs to close the gap somehow here.
Yep. A good DPS against Scarlet. Pharah up in the air. Crazy all the way back, looking for the hit scan. Dogs jumping back after knowing they still have the control, being contested. It was almost a flip. Cash early nano from Wydot. Dogs point some contest. The Hyper Ring on the back. Scarlet finds one. Dogs.
This comp for Insomnia is really going to struggle to function without Sound Barrier or the Orbital Ray, but I think the Orbital Ray is going to be a little bit less value. It can be strong if you can use it on the point and on top of the Cassidy, because then he can just light people up. His damage output's going to be insane. But this next fight, you know, they don't have those tools available. Milgaro's back onto this Mauga. That's going to be a lot of extra damage for them. They need to break this Winston down before he has Primal. That's the #1 goal in this fight. And Wagume almost has barrier, so in the longer fight, they should be able to get it. Ray first.
Yeah, with the Mauga, it provides so much more extra damage. And the ring. Good purple this time, but forces out the Sound Barrier. A lot of tools used for that flip for Insomnia if they need. Not just the flip, the entire team might win. Okay. They got what they wanted.
They get the win in the fight before Dox can get his Primal. Again, that was the #1 goal. The Orbital Ray buys enough time for Wagume to Sound Barrier, the Bionade coming through. And now they're going to try to look for some additional time.
The bubble's going to keep them okay.
Oh, but Wydot was out. Still going to trade it back, though. This is kind of a bit awkward here for Insomnia now, as now they don't have their majority of their damage. And NyamGaming have ult advantage coming to this next fight. That was another thing I was mentioning earlier. Insomnia had to use a lot, barely had their tools online, but now they've got nothing. And that Primal's ready.
Yeah, both coming back to the spawn. Rally also available.
Aid swapped over to the Venture here.
Quick rotation.
Down he goes.
A little too isolated on his own from the drill. I mean, from the ball row. That will leave them 45. Milgaro, Cage, not there yet. Echo will be the next character for main. Still no flip, even though NyamGaming has a man up.
Nano onto Scarlet. They're looking to clean this up. Any staggered deaths would be huge for them. And they are unfortunately not able to get any. Insomnia will get away That's huge for Insomnia too, because now they're going to have their Ray available again, as well as the cage fight. You put him in the cage, you drop the Ray on top, and it gets very difficult to play out.
The Rage overrun in the cage. I don't think anyone's really trapped in it.
Yeah, this was not a high-value cage, but it is enough to get them to flip. Now they're going for a second rush with the Hyper Ring.
Yeah, with the Ray on top. Should be Insomnia. That was really quickly done with the speed boost coming out from the Lucio too.
Yeah, that was actually kind of tricky from Insomnia, because they put the cage down, they get the flip, and then they're like, oh, I guess you guys come to us, right? And NyamGaming were like, well, we have to get in there and fight. And they actually re-engaged so quickly, I think it caught NyamGaming off guard. And
NyamGaming has to come. They're staggered.
Yeah.
It's a little too late, so have to use the barrage, but we'll pay for it. 1-1 trade, 8 down. Daisy left to go with the bob. So Dox has to run.
He will get the touch, but he's going to lose his life for it. No Primal, no Nano.
That's big.
That should be it.
Yeah, no Dox and no extra touch. That last team fight, timing was a little off.
It was clean from Insomnia. Obviously, it was a messy first round. Like it definitely looked like Nyam was going to get back into control after they tried to go for the really aggressive spawn camp. That was definitely not the most clean way to play Overwatch. But if they had ended up, if 8 survives there, then you actually have a huge edge, because you got to pick. You're still outside their spawn door. You could buy a lot of time. But with him dying there, they actually gave up a lot of space. Didn't ultimately matter too much.
Yeah, ended up getting that the boost from Lucio plus the ring and the raid together seemed to be very fast and strong. And NyamGaming couldn't really react to it.
So also, Juno with Mauga, she's obviously going to speed him up. It's very strong there, and that's the obvious synergy, but her healing output is quite high, and when you have Lucio plus the Juno heals being pumped into a Mauga, his damage output is also high, as long as he can survive. He's got low armor, but if they just keep healing him, you know, he does a ton of work. He is not being healed very much now. Okay, purpled as well.
So off the side.
Couldn't get the kill though, so he does survive.
Oh, but gets a kill on OWCS. Good catch with the rotation off the side from Scarlet. Also Ducks. Touching the right target. Daisy in the better spot. High ground. Oh, 8 with the headshot. And fire back. And a second. This is 8 coming back alive. And the power of Insomnia. When this guy hits the target, you know exactly what happens. Already 93%.
And he is just crushing this by himself right now. Dox, no Primal.
He actually used the Deadeye!
Yeah, just Deadeyes him just for fun.
But you have no HP, I'll just use it.
Thanks for the reload. Okay, well, you know, it's looking pretty good here for Insomnia in this second round. The last round, you know, was definitely touch and go a little bit, but now they're going to have the insane damage output of this Mauga with the Orbital Ray. I think Mimosa needs to have a very high-value Captive Sun.
Here's a crazy push. Daisy gone. Caught. Can't run away. The speed is just too fast.
With this damage,
extra damage and healing, 8 feels invincible.
No,
There's no contest.
Yeah, this is the kind of comp that, like last game when we saw Circuit Rail, I was like, yeah, I mean, this can kind of work. Like the Juno certainly is valuable there. It was very strong on that last, you know, contest of the point. You have a player like Aid, who's just so incredibly accurate, knows exactly when he wants to go in, and you give him extra damage. It's not fair. It's not fair for Daisy in this situation either, because he gets pulsed and is taken out of the fight before they get set up for their Primal or Nano. That's going to be some additional time gained here for Insomnia, basically for free. Thanks, Undersea. Thanks to Undersea. Thanks, Undersea is what his teammates are saying. Scarlet's Barrage also very difficult to utilize here from this distance.
Yes, NyamGaming wants to dive, but you don't have the Lucio. You need the speed. I mean, you need extra time to actually go. But there's that sound barrier from OWCS, who you're trying to go for. Oh, ends up getting the kill. No sound barrier coming out.
Good target selection, trying to make sure they don't have the barrier for the fight. That was their biggest tool.
Insomnia actually might disengage, or 8 coming in for the fight. Got Daisy. 49 HP, but still got the barrier up. Still 99%. The flip didn't come through for NyamGaming. Nano, barrage potential.
Is he gonna deadeye this? I think he is.
With the
No way!
Gets one, but Scarlet still alive. Daisy off to the side.
8 is like literally 1v9ing. He is literally 1v9ing G-Clef. This is actually insane what I am watching. And now he's got the Ray. I think they're just going to win this one. The flip is coming through.
But the fight's already over. No one touching the point. Overtime. The tick's coming down. There's an extra touch. But that's with the ball. Eventually, 8 was put down and dumps. Let's see. He can save the day for the team. That double. Seems like a big push.
There's no heal deny. There's no great way to shut this ball down but damage. He is just going to buy time for his teammates to respawn. They have a Captive Sun online if Mimosa could utilize it. He's buying a ton of time, actually.
Yeah, Insomnia coming down with the Tracer Sombra Cop now. Back to the spawn.
And they still
all the way back.
It's still just now get the cap, so even though it looked like, okay, Nyam were in control for a while there with Docs buying time, they didn't get the flip until just now, so it's still a mountain to climb in terms of percentage to gain. They keep the Captive Sun. They're going to have a nano boost, but the comp is not optimal into what Insomnia is running, as Docs isn't going to have time to change, unfortunately. This Captive Sun, like to see hit multiple targets here, 2 or 3. They can then save the nano for the next fight. Undersea will whiff this. That's good for Nyam.
Nice try, but after the call, dangerous moment.
They just get the cap. Like that happened.
Oh, welcome to me. Quick catch. That Mimosa who's holding the Sun. About to release it. Bao gets the target. Extra damage. Actually pulls it off with Scarlet still being alive.
Yeah, that was a very good decision, I think, to just solo toss it on to Milgaru. Takes him out there. One of the tankiest, toughest ones to deal with. I mean, not that tanky as Mauga, but tanky enough. Has a large health pool. Just blow him up, and then the enemy comp doesn't have much of a backbone, doesn't have a sound barrier. And now Docs is going to look for a drop down here. They swat back off of the Sombra, obviously. It's not a great comp. They wanted to hack the Wrecking Ball to end the map, but they failed to do so. And Docs is not going to go for the pile driver. We'll just retreat back to the point where they have that nano boost in tow. Could just be used on the Scarlet. I mean, they're basically in one-fight territory here. Nyamar to close this second round out. To be careful of this cage now, though. So powerful with the Orbital Ray.
We'll run it in. Scarlet off the side, 8 being the target. Still alive.
3 seconds away from his jump. He might just go in for this.
Yeah, great roll back to the team. Dangerous. There's a raid. Docs down. And that is just it without the nano. They don't have anything else to sustain, and Insomnia ends up grabbing the second as well. It's Samoa. Yeah, quick control map.
Yeah, I think they had a lot of tools they just didn't use in that fight. Like, they wanted to save the nano for the last possible second, so they didn't nano the Wrecking Ball. So he dies. The fight is just kind of a wash. Like, the Ray gets tossed down, but they're not on the point. They didn't have a ton of control. They're just relying on that Wrecking Ball, and obviously, we couldn't see fully, unless I missed something there, why, like, if the Ana didn't have line of sight,
yeah, I think
potentially...
Docs was just around the center tower.
Because you got to be ready to nano him in that moment, then go for the follow-up fight, because they had the barrage, but it was too late, you know? And I feel like that shouldn't have gone the way it did necessarily, but they wanted to have the perfect fight, right? They wanted to have the most ideal fight, and... Sometimes idealism in Overwatch means that you don't use really anything and you end up losing out. Aid is having a phenomenal performance, though. Again, G-Clef, this guy just keeps popping off on Cassidy. Sometimes he'll play the Venture. But at some point this season, he was just like, nah, I'm not playing Ashe. That's boring. I'm playing Cassidy only. With like 1 out of 10 times, I'll play Venture for a minute, then swap back to Cassidy. And he just, in that one team fight, he's just like, don't care if I'm outnumbered. Or I'm actually going to Deadeye kill this Winston. Like, a Winston primals him, he's like, that's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm just going to do what DPS is supposed to do. You guys just heal me up and care for me, and I will just take care. It was just insane moments.
He's very good. I think he might actually be, I mean, player of the match standings reflect this, but I think he might actually be the best player in Japan right
IQ played Juno. So there's a big contest. I don't know anymore. I don't know, man. I think IQ is about to steal that POTM. I think the ring helped so much. The raid. Let that Cassidy survive. That was all the extra work.
We're ripping the Band-Aid off, G-Clef. Our votes got taken away. We're a little bit salty. We're a little bit salty. We're a little bit annoyed. We didn't think that, even though it wasn't a bad game from Cloud, that he deserved POTM last game. But he did play Juno. That's very cool and interesting.
Yes.
But we didn't get to vote, so we didn't get to say anything about it except, like, we love the Japanese commentators, by the way, and we respect them. Just now they've made that clear. We will be salty over here when we don't agree with the vote. And it's nothing against them, but it's our way of voting without voting.
Yeah, our way of voting, just saying it out loud. Or we can vote in chat. Or we can have the chat vote too. That should be pretty cool.
Chat should vote.
Yeah, we can also have, because usually we have the commentators. If we go to Korea, we have the Japanese, Koreans, Korean commentators, and also the English commentators. Observer, and the PD, right?
Yeah.
I think that's usually the votes. And we should also have one from the chat.
I mean, I don't know if chat should count as a vote, but I would like to see what they think.
Or the media. Because
they're delayed, so they wouldn't be able to get it in time. You know, they've been voting way too late.
The media vote.
Media vote. I don't know if there's any media for...
It's the real one.
In the online. So this tournament's online. We don't have like a press room where media's lurking, being like, "Ooh, I want to interview the Juno player." They're not going to sway our votes. Not in this tournament. Maybe some other Korean tournaments, media can get some Keck W's out in the chat. And
yeah, I actually watched. I was trying to watch some of the Japanese interviews. Of course, I can't understand much of it, but it seemed like they were asking a lot of questions. Like, who are you? What do you like? What do you do? How old are you? Like, what do you like to play? And why did you play that hero on this map? And it was really specific. Like down to the detail, like which keyboard press did you, which keyboard button did you press first? Was
color
it the
switches
W
do you
or
use?
A or S and D? Do you have any special hotkeys? They were like super detailed questions, and of course I barely understood, but it seemed like they were really going with the details, as you can tell. Lots of questions to the player, and the interviews are long. I like it though. You get to learn a lot more from the player.
Yeah. I heard something. I don't know if we have a delay or if we're just doing subs or if the map is still being chosen from Nyam. But we'll update you guys as soon as we know. As it's Nyam's map choice moving into this one. And the cool thing about picking maps into Insomnia is they're just going to do the same thing on every map, which is Cassidy and apparently now Juno and Mauga. Maybe Winston. But they run this comp with some exceptions, like sometimes they play Ashe.
Yeah.
So you can pick whatever you want. They're going to run the same thing. So you can run maps that don't suit this composition, like Circuit Royale, or playing into maybe Shambali, which would not be strong for this playstyle. Although we have seen Aid pop off on Cassidy on Shambali, so maybe I should... It's like it shouldn't work as well as it does, but Aid is just so good that it doesn't matter. It's kind of been the story of Insomnia this season.
Yeah,
only losing to Varrel.
Okay, I think I'm getting it. Never mind, nothing. Oh, map.
Here we go.
That's the update. Oh,
Circuit Royale.
Royale.
Okay, so
Yay!
look, 2 Circuit Royale maps in a row that make sense to me, G-Cliff.
So, Wolf, I had a question.
Yeah.
Because I had a question, I didn't really ended up listening to what you were saying.
All right, ask me.
So, do you think Kitsune Rush better or Orbital Ray is better with Cassidy?
With Cassidy, I actually think...
Because Kitsune Rush was the pair before we had Juno.
I think Orbital is slightly better because you have the healing on top of that, and sometimes with Cassidy, like, that extra level of health gives you a few more shots with extra damage. They're both really strong. I think Kitsune Rush is better for the team, but for Cassidy only, I take Orbital Ray every day.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because from the movement speed, even if you roll, you should still be around the Ray, right?
Yeah.
And you don't move as fast. So.
It's a really good discussion to have, though, because the difference is fire rate versus damage.
Exactly, and you also get some more healing too.
So you get like more. If you're hitting headshots, I feel like the Ray is better because the damage just guarantees you're going to get those kills. If you're hitting body shots, then the attack speed or the fire rate basically gives you more body shots and more opportunities for headshots. But if you're Aid, I think you're like Orbital Ray because I'm just going to hit headshots, and he hits a lot of headshots.
Certainly does.
But the heal is an extra added element where if they're trying to punish you when you roll in, then you actually have those heals stay alive a little longer. Scarlet loves to play Genji here, and it looks like that is what he's going to be doing once again today, as Insomnia will be attacking with Age, showing for now Sojourn, which I think he'll probably have to swap, but we saw a few of our players here in Japan actually challenge Widow with the Sojourn because the overclock value in team fights is much higher than in Foresight.
Yeah, what about the Orbital Ray and the Kitsune Rush together?
Well,
That's
we're
what
going to find
NyamGaming
out.
is thinking.
But no Cassidy for that one.
No
so.
Cassidy though. Overrun into the mix. Look, you blocked so many shots, take no damage basically.
The problem with
you see that many bullets doing no damage?
Yeah,
that's Overwatch sometimes.
the problem with this comp with both of those ultimates is
block.
Genji doesn't get that much value out of the extra damage and extra firing rate, and nor does Widowmaker. But it'd be great for Ramatra, obviously, and the positional advantage you're going to get from that movement, and the healing is going to be useful. As Aid is taking control of this high ground here as they get corner control very quickly. Scarlet, nice pick.
Yeah, actually runs away. I thought he was about to go down.
It's weird that Mimosa kind of has the same sort of health that Zenyatta does, and that it's very fragile, but if you take a little bit of chip damage, you can easily get your health back. And if your shield is gone, you're just dead. But yeah, it's quite an interesting setup for this hero in terms of the shielding. Mimosa already does have his ult available. He's 30% ahead of Aiku because he's been pumping those heals into Docs, as you can see here. So this next fight could be a big one for them. That extra healing and the damage onto this Ramatra. I feel like oddly Ramatra will be the biggest benefactor of this orbital ray.
Ray coming down, 8.
Yeah, I mean he's just getting healed, takes out Aid.
I don't think Aid was willing to dive in. Couldn't even power slide out of that quick attack. So that was just with the Ray, nothing else. And
You build Ray.
Insomnia might just have 5.
Yeah, you build Ray pretty quick too. And so, I mean, Mimosa, it's a pretty ult efficient team fight win. Here's the counter Ray from Aiku.
And the overclock. And the shot before that. It's big. Aid with a third. Unless he steals one.
They're just faster on the draw on this
Let's
one.
get the kill onto Daisy.
Yeah.
Will he get it?
Yeah. Oh no. That was Wagayume
yes.
died. We had the jump death cut, so I thought maybe he did, but G-Clef, this is the corner taken and some of this bridge wraparound. Scarlet has the blade. Nothing to pair with it, though, and he's going to be fighting right into EMEA, so very, very careful. He has to choose which target he wants. I think getting the support line would be ideal. Blade's drawn. Blizzard already out.
And 8 is... As long as 8 is alive, things can be different, but... Daisy, with Scarlet, double team. Yeah, Milgaru is not put down. He's still there.
Yeah, and he's just continuing to push this cart, too, around this corner. They will have the respawn to come through. So even though it's a one-team fight for Nyam, they don't gain that much ground from this. Milgaru can just kind of look at them and they walk away. They do not want to give up control of this high ground, but they will have to.
Nyam actually loses some ground because of the respawn.
Yeah, and they also don't have, you know, big tools out of this Annihilation to win this next fight. Insomnia expended everything, but they have this Malga comp, and the corner control is very quickly going away from Nyam.
Yeah, really good purple again from Wydot. Eventually leading to kill into Wagayume on the back. A second from Scarlet. 8 strikes back with the Ray. Docs ends up popping that Annihilation.
Yeah, they're just going to reset. Undersea was like, I hope they kill me so I can get back, not get staggered. They did. Annihilation was well timed. Now they're going to have the Ray again, so they also have Nano Boost, which can be, I think could be very valuable for Ramatra, but maybe they want to hold it for Scarlet's next Blade. Depends on how greedy they want to be. I think it's a greedy choice to save it for Blade. You need to win this fight without it. But if you can do that, then Nyam finds themselves in a really nice spot here. Maybe just trade Orbital Rays and save that Nano if you can. They will obviously have Daisy's opportunity to outrange Undersea and pick him off too before the fight starts. That would be amazing. Here comes the Ray from Mimosa.
Ray.
Looking good so far.
Ray from both. Bit of a trade till you dive in. There's Milgaru on the Diva.
Now they're going to have
But on the
Nano
other
Blade.
side, yes. Scarlet's still alive. She's checked out. Back into team.
Oh, and they win it without having to pop the Blade. This is the ideal scenario I was talking about. You know, now they can just back away, hold high ground. Milgaru
He has a Nano Blade now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, they saved it, they didn't use it, they were confident that Docs could get it done without it during the Orbital Ray. And here it comes. Aid's down first. This is looking really good for Nyam.
Boom, he looks like got a torpedo kill.
Like, that was so well played by them. They were greedy for it, but they trusted the Docs with that corner. Actually can come and get those the punch damage through. He gets that initial pick. Now he's going to have Annihilation. And Insomnia, they have a Blizzard, but it's much less useful on attack. And if the enemy team is not going to be diving into you this time with a Dragon Blade, it's just not that high value. Daisy may just pick him off before the fight starts because he's got the long sight lines with this Widow still. Everything's coming up. Nyam right now. Make sure they don't make any big mistakes. Scarlet greedy with this.
Oh, one's back. 8's in it. Overclock up. Got some distance.
Yeah, I'm just pushed down into this. Gave a huge overclock to aid. That was the mistake I was afraid of. Just going straight in instead of playing corner. Now Docs falls apart here, and it looks like Insomnia are poised to try to push this one in. One more pick onto Undersea.
It was close, but Daisy got a kill. That's what matters the most.
Ooh, trying to look for another one as Scarlet stalls.
Nano. Cover goes in. Why not down the Lana? Daisy!
Actually losing out a lot here. Docs back up. No ultimate though.
Even with the rain, Scarlet's still there. 1v2.
Wydot swapping over to Lucio, trying to rush over. Scarlet's down. Lucio's here. Bomb comes through, and that's enough for the cap to come over. Great plays, though, from Nyam. I really thought that one was done moments before it actually was. They really put up a good fight there. Some nice staggers coming through. Should swap off of this Doomfist and Lucio. They will. Got some time. Time bank's pretty small here for Insomnia.
Yeah, because there was basically 0 second.
Yeah. And
Daisy with the big save.
yeah, Daisy opened all of that up, like you're saying. He's going to swap over now to the Ashe, as Aid will play Cassidy. So again, outranged here, but we know what Aid can do, especially when he's got that orbital ray on top of him.
No, Insomnia, no business fighting outside for the pull.
Absolutely not. Just going to wrap around here and look to push the cart.
Aid wants to stay high ground. Pretty nice head to start with.
They want him to drop down, and then he's going to join the fight, which is what's happening. But Daisy gets a pick. Scarlet gets a second.
That's lovely for NyamGaming. No blade required. Only the orbital ray, which comes back rather quickly.
It was a very awkward
Good
fight
stagger.
for Insomnia. Good stagger, as you say, because Aid didn't have the range to threaten them there. They forced them off the high ground by pushing the cart, but then they didn't actually have a backbone in this comp. Milgaro is still playing Diva, and this time it's a Ashe, not a Widowmaker, so he's not actually immortal like Diva often is on this map. 3 seconds to go, we're going to have an overtime push here. That Blizzard is key for Insomnia. If they could build it, it would be massive. No way to shut down this blade right now. Scarlet is ready to pull. Doesn't have a nano, though. He's going to go for it.
The purple.
Sports down.
Oh, Milgaro was put to sleep all this time. Dart from Wydot. Just the two alive.
Yeah.
Oh, but no one's touching the payload anymore.
No one can get on it. Clean blade from Scarlet into the support line. Takes out all the healing. Wow. This is a very good look from Nyam, honestly. I thought a lot of those fights were very well played. The save of the nano boost for B, really diminishing a lot of Insomnia's time bank. Daisy with a big save. As we look at that shot on the sleep, I didn't even realize that was a sleep the first time around we saw it. So for Nyam to tie us up, all they have to do is push to 58-72. They are, you know, they don't have to finish the entirety of the map. They're able to stop Insomnia.
Yeah, Circuit Royale's turning out to be a weird map. After all these games, now with Juno, and even if you have a Widowmaker or not, sometimes you just have with these one amazing push because you can just go get these headshots if you have the Widowmaker. But sometimes if you don't, even if you're the favorite of the matchup, you just can't push all the way. That's Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, Aid opted into the Cassidy, where he was a little bit outranged by the Ashe, by the Widow. It didn't work long term. I think on the defense here, I mean, he's showing the Symmetra, so it's not a troll, it's not a hover. It's actually going to be a high ground drop down here. See if they can beam up onto Docs, expecting the Ramatra. This can be very tricky. TP is going to be placed. They should be aware of this Symmetra now. They see the turret. Docs is the target. Oh, he's stuck on the ceiling! Oh, and a 6 strat! And they just beam him down, G-Clef! No way out! What a play!
That's gotta hurt a little bit.
That was slick! I haven't seen a strat like this in a while.
Yeah. Oh, this was the old times. To 23 towards the end.
And they can put the turrets on the other exit point so they know which angle they're taking to come out.
Yeah, no, it's not the same because you can actually play a lot more Ashe than these Dynamite hurt so much when you're gathered up, just like the movements that you just saw on screen. But the teleport, again.
Doc's isolated.
But can't trap him all the way. The Ice Block only delaying him from going back to spawn.
He's trying to Nemesis his way back in. He does get out, but see if that next TP comes through from A to get him back up. There it is.
Yeah, with the teleport, Insomnia loses no one from this.
Yep, they're out of there.
That's crazy. And they just bought them a minute plus of time. A really good Dynamite, by the way. But still the push comes in from Insomnia, but yeah, because of the Dynamite, they lost so much, but that was exactly the moment that Insomnia went for the call. Let's go. So NyamGaming go up ahead.
See what 8 swaps to. He's actually not swapping, which is... Okay, he is. I was going to say, I was like, don't tell me he thinks we're... I've seen Insomnia force some compositions, but this one was good for the spawn. It is not good anywhere else. I was going to try to hold this high ground here. Undersea built a lot of Blizzard, and they will have Milgaro with an Orbital Ray, so he'll live long enough to probably be able to match Doc's ult charge. Doc should be able to ult first, but it's going to be a lot about positioning here.
We'll see how quickly the Ray comes down, and the sound barrier
it's out already.
There it is. Quick engage. And the torpedo immediately from the air with the glide. That's a IQ.
Undersea's about to head up Blizzard. He's 6% away. They want to fight on this corner.
That's bad. The nano on Docs. Annihilation. The sound barrier perfectly on target from Ogayume. Good sleep. Got her lost some time.
Are they going to commit the Blizzard? I don't think they should anymore.
This payload is pushing.
They drop it.
With the Blizzard. Delaying, but no follow-up damage.
I don't like these late blizzards that we keep seeing. Like, you were so close to having it, but you didn't have it, so you shouldn't use it. And I'm critical of a team that went undefeated minus Varrel and almost beat Varrel. You know, it's funny to actually talk about these players so much too and some of their decision making, because I guess he believed that maybe he was able to have the freeze, but didn't have the wherewithal that his team was, you know, losing the fight very rapidly. But I say these things because I want to see this team, and whoever qualifies for the LAN, compete against Korean teams, you know? So I want to see these small things tightened up. Either way, pretty huge time bank here for Nyam. They swap back to the Genji. They are ready to keep playing what they played on the defense, now on attack. The speed at which they can build this blade is going to be so important here. Mimosa's down, though.
Big Ogayume with the bio. All the way towards the back line, wide out in the room. Even though they got a point, still Insomnia with the better push from the top. No real big source used. 8 got to keep his overclock. That's what matters the most.
And critically, they kill Scarlet super early in the fight, so he's not building any blade. Like, that was a very weak blade charge push from them, trying to eco their way up to those Nano Boost and Dragon Blade ultimates. But Daisy struggling to compete here with line of sight because they have the high ground. He's also got a Diva to protect him. Dogs can't really offer the same sort of protection for Daisy. Bob might be what opens this up for them. Orbital Ray at the ready for Aiku if he wants to pop it.
Yeah, quick engage, Scarlet.
Look at this healing output. Like, you can heal your squishies so fast.
Torpedo multiple targets. That's what you do. You glide up, double jump, glide up the other way, and then you just torpedo. You have so many members and the enemies that you can cover at the same time. Milgaro ready for that ray. To pop that ring.
Nyam, I mean, they have enough time to build this blade because they had such a big time bank, but it's very diminished now, and Scarlet's still 20% away. Again, they're saving everything for this push. They want to break B with 5 ults.
Even the blade, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have it yet, so they're just trying to be patient.
But that...
They're just going to eco push this.
Okay.
Scarlet's at 96. He's going to die, but now he's got the blade ready. Now they have 5 ults, and Wagyume used his nano. The thought process here makes sense. Like, we have these 5 ults, we break it open. The problem is Insomnia also have 4 ultimates, and they will have aid with a overclock, which is arguably going to be way more impactful than the Bob in this next fight. And Blizzard can just really shut Scarlet down. So the execution of where this blade goes and who he cuts to pieces is going to be important.
That's why Aid pops it first. Good reaction with the Bob. Nano in, blade out.
Aid's down. That's pretty massive. They need more, though.
That's what you went for, aggressive. He's paying for it. Just one. And an extra push with Undersea down. No Blizzard this time.
Okay, cut him off.
I do like the decision.
Yeah, this time he's going to hold it. Should be able to respawn and contest the choke point here, the doorway. That's why Daisy's playing so far up, because he doesn't want them to have a comfortable setup here in this archway. Wants to fight them tooth and nail the whole way through, so they can get that distance with his orbital ray. Very efficient here from Nyam. It was a clean fight. They didn't have to use everything, which is what I was most worried about, but the time is down to 25. Orbital ray should be traded here. And Undersea has that trump card of the Blizzard. They are traded.
Both the rings. Way down on the ground. Aid picking down. That's going to eliminate a lot of damage. Undersea uses that Blizzard. Knocks down. No tank. And Mugaru. He does self-destruct. Although Daisy, hold on. Off the side from the stairs. Still alive. Behind the wall. Kept them. Okay. Undersea.
Takes him out. Mugaru's going to get the remake. And they are just falling to pieces now. Wrecking Ball here from Dox to try to stick to the point.
Might just be in as Mugaru. Back down. Dox back with the ball. It worked in Samoa. Not this time. Taken down early Undersea. Keeping things up. That's the main. By so much time. And you got the Nano Aid back with the Bastion. Should be able to finish. After the ice block Scarlet down, and that is it. Insomnia keeps NyamGaming under their control. And 2-1 score on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, it looks like the Blizzard was eaten there as well in that last moment for Nyam, tossing into the Diva Matrix, just desperately trying to fight. But the Bastion swap from Aid allows them enough damage output to burst down the Wrecking Ball, burst down the Mei when she's out of her ice block. They eat the Blizzard. Not that the Blizzard would have changed anything, but valiant attempt again for Nyam. Really liked their defense. Like, their defense was very clean. Their attack, they played a composition that had only one win con, which was Dragon Blade and ultimately Nano Blade, and so it was really easy to play around that on the defense there. Daisy couldn't get sightlines. Like, this was definitely a map that was picked for defense, and they were like, we're really good at defense here. We're going to play through long sightlines. We're not going to allow them to play the comp they played on Samoa. We're just going to deal with that. We're going to shut down Casti because he can't catch up with us. But they had to attack, right? You can have a good defense. You still got to have that push on attack. The attack just wasn't as strong.
I wish Daisy stayed on the Widowmaker a little longer, even on their attack. I mean, they were kept for about a minute and stuff. But after the Ashe, I wish you just go back to the Widow. I think Daisy was playing a really good defensive Widowmaker. But if you're feeling hot on the day, you just go for it. Maybe it was his own decision. Maybe the team decision after a while. But I wish we got to see a lot more Widow. We have really good Widowmakers from Japan. Korea just keeps that Widowmaker until the very last point on this map because they're just willing to go at it. Sometimes you take the win. Sometimes I take the win. I just have a better day. I wish they had the talent. I wish they really feel that confidence and keep it until the end. But that's going to do it for Circuit Royale. 2-0 up as expected for Insomnia. But NyamGaming is putting up a really good fight. Let's see what they bring us into in map number 3. Welcome back, everyone. Some cheer placards. Insomnia win.
Yeah, that's kanji, so I can't tell you anything, but
Something. Is that fish? No, that's not fish. That's moon at the end, or the month. Or am I crazy?
I mean, I think it's the month kanji, but it can also have multiple meanings. So
The
I don't
first letter looks like the fish, or maybe not. I was always bad at. I never passed the test. I was so
know.
young.
Well, it has a shuriken, so I'm guessing it's an aid fan. This is a NyamGaming fan for Y.
Why
Y
dot?
dot.
Yeah, hey.
He it used to be just Y and then the dot, but then they made him type it out, so it became Y dot, but same thing. That's a cool fan sign. Again, minimalist, but
Yeah,
well
because
done.
Japan's doing it online.
Yeah.
So Korea has a lot of offline at the studio because we're doing it online. We're seeing a lot of digital talents. I wish I was that artistic. I can't get off. I can't go off of my stick figure drawing. That's my limit. I can't do the eyes. I have no concept. I never learned how to draw these eyes, so it's really hard. All I can do is lines.
Yeah, I can't draw anything. I like if you had me draw the exclamation marks or the letter Y, I would probably fail. I'm just not good at drawing anything, whether it's with a pencil or like with a pencil. I'm like a little bit better maybe, but on if you actually give me a mouse or a tablet, it's just like it's not gonna happen. So I am not very artistic. I just appreciate art. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, and whenever I went to like a retreat, and sometimes we had those quiz sessions where you can't speak about anything. You have to draw out the word.
Sure.
Yeah, that was always the worst. I would finish drawing. I'm like, come on, guys, come on! They're like, what did you draw? I don't understand it. And then time goes, and then time runs out, and then I show them the answers. Like, what the heck? Like, how did you come up with that drawing? Like, doesn't that make sense? Like, no one
There used
gets
to be
it.
a game. I don't know if it was called Draw with Friends or something like that.
Oh
It was
yeah,
like an
online.
online
Yes.
game. Where
I
you
also
could play.
played that.
Yeah, I didn't really get it. I was really bad at it.
Yeah, it also has the time bank of how long you can draw for, like
Yeah.
a minute, and you can't even finish it. You have to be super fast.
Man, they gave me 10 minutes and people would still not be able to figure out what I was trying to say. Because the phrases or words were never easy. They were not like, it wasn't like cloud. I'm like, okay, I just draw a small cloud. I'm like, people figured it out.
Yeah, it was like a sentence, like a monkey on a tree, right?
Oh, that would be like something like, let me think of it, like dream. You're like, how do you draw that? Then you have to like figure it out and like kind of abstract.
The one that I played was a lot more like a phrase. Like, what's a good one? Like more like a proverb, like finding a needle in the sand.
Oh, needle and haystack, yeah. Kings Row.
Oh,
Maybe it's time for some Ilari from these two teams. We don't always see Ilari here, but it is very strong. We might just continue to see Juno, though, because that's what these teams are liking to play right now. Cassidy is very strong here if you can get to the point. On defense,
Yeah.
you have to play very far forward to use the Cassidy, so it's a little tricky, but I think Insomnia is a team that has done it already and will probably run it and do it again.
yeah. We're mentioning Cassidy because of aid. I think we will see a lot more Ash overall, especially from NyamGaming. Yeah, no more waiting time. Dubstep's on. Game 3. Kings Row could be our final map of Insomnia NyamGaming series. Let's get it.
Nyam will defend first.
Okay, they chose to defend first.
The Ash Varrel defense is what they're looking for, with Mimosa blocking sightlines for Daisy.
Yeah.
Insomnia, not sure. This comp doesn't look real just yet. Just going to be a Widow boosted shot from Wagayume, and then, I mean, it's possible they run Hanzo here, but probably not. That's messed up. She's boosting you. Don't. Didn't anyone teach Widowmaker not to point guns at people? That's dangerous. Unless you're actually aiming to kill them.
Oh.
So there's the boosted shot. They're actually going to run Ashe Farah. I think this is definitely better than running Cassidy, but I kind of expected them to just run Cassidy because that's what they do. Oh, some feet shot opportunity. Failed.
No damage.
Trying to Achilles them.
Ooh. Scarlet, dangerous. So Farah died with the Winston. Oh! That must have been a double hit from someone else too.
Well, that's a great start here for Insomnia.
No Daisy up on the high ground. That's big. Scarlet.
He just has to get out.
Yeah, has to go all the way back. Might have to give them 2 ticks for this.
Yeah, 2 ticks I think is probably as much as you can give before you go for the recontest. Dox is full health. He's going to come back in.
Quick purple and tie on IQ. Steep dart's good. And Daisy up on high ground back, but that was 2 ticks early on. Insomnia. Dox dead. No Winston. And it's time for Milgaro to jump all the way up. Hey, hold on.
Cap is coming through.
It is.
No one stops the cap. Just a little bit too split up. Scarlet's just going to send himself back to the spawn room. I wouldn't call it a C9, but they certainly had a little bit of time they could have bought there.
Yeah, it was not a C9.
Yeah.
Dox was gone, so you can't really hold the
You can't hold. I think they could have definitely bought a little bit of extra time, but won't matter too much. If they do stay, they give Insomnia more ult charge and a little bit more control. They still have control of the archway for free though. Y Dot, Aiku both have nano boosts, but Milgaro has a pretty massive ult lead. I don't know how meaningful it will be in this first fight, but let's see what Nyam decide to do here, because Scarlet is a very good Farah player. I feel like a standout. I would give him an edge over Undersea. Undersea more known for his Echo. I think he's going to have to be the hero on this defense. Nano onto Dox and Milgaro.
Done. Undersea.
Oh, Scarlet actually.
Shot.
Onto Scarlet and Insomnia, or sorry, onto Scarlet and Undersea.
Yeah, both. Farah, no barrage, and Insomnia they used the Nana first, and ended up doing so much more. That was almost the response too late.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought they were just going to go for the Winston dive, but this has been so popular here on King's Road, just to nano the Farah.
Bam.
And Undersea just did so much work. Daisy could not shut him out of the sky, and then no one else really can. Scarlet, in return, gets very little. They have to back off, and that might just be 2 team fights in a row. 1 fight for A, 1 fight for B. 5 minutes plus on the time bank.
Yeah, that's a lot of time bank for been playing King's Row. 5 minutes, certainly doable for that 3. Hikaru on top will have Primal Rage, same for Dox. There's a check mark. Slowing things down a little. Nyam pushed all the way back. Now with the contest, well, maybe with the purple. They take him down. Good pair up with Y Dot.
Dox doesn't have to use anything here. Yeah, I'm gonna have the full war chest of ultimates.
Yeah,
Aiku. It's funny because Insomnia really only used the nano as well on their B take, so they also are gonna have all of the ultimates available.
It was a later nano from Y Dot, and Y Dot ends up getting a lot more, 90% now, about 29% off.
They took more damage, so it makes sense. Milgaro in a really nice spot here to give Undersea an angle.
Should pop a few things. Bombs out. Primal from Milgaro first.
Looks like Y Dot was off the map, but he does stay on.
Yeah, good sleep. Nano up and ready, and the rally from Mimosa. Both teams really playing passive, trying to force the ultimates out if they have any opening. Here comes Scarlet.
Shut down. No, Aiku has his. There's no enemy Farah.
That's big. Good sleep dart from Y Dot.
Now that sleep is gone, they might actually use this on the Milgaro. Let's see.
Oh, he tried to cover with the bubble, but still. Undersea's way too healthy.
They don't even need the nano.
And might just use it for the spawn. This is a 3.
3 plus
yeah, those spawns are way too late.
Bank if they actually finish with this fight.
Yeah, look. Has to go for the recall. Dox dead from the barrage. Oh, Daisy, hold on. Daisy! That's 2.
Too late.
Oh.
Too late. Not able to get on the cart. Mimosa's got the rally out.
Daisy got 3 kills!
Yeah, he got 3 kills, but unfortunately the rallying Brig does not touch the cart. Mimosa can't get on, and that is Insomnia with a 3+ time bank on King's Row. Mimosa off the map. Somehow, I'm not sure what happened with that, but I mean, G-Clef, in order to match this time bank, Nyam need to win the map in 3, maybe 4 team fights, just like Insomnia did. It is a tall task. Let's see what Insomnia is going to do on the defense. Might just be the same comp.
Yeah, I think it's over 3 minutes in King's Row. You basically need a perfect push.
Yeah, I mean, you basically need to do what Insomnia just did, right? Which is win A off of 1 fight, B off of the 2nd fight, and then C off of an extended fight. So they're going to run the same comp. They're not going to run the Cassidy. And, you know, it's very tricky to try to control high-low ground with Cassidy because he has no upward mobility, has no verticality. You know, I mentioned earlier, funny as it is, like, that the Pharah of Undersea hasn't been as impressive to me as Scarlet's, but then Undersea was like, oh, yeah? Let me show you, because he's outclassed him. I mean, there was no answer. Mimosa is showing the Juno for now. We'll see if it's just going to be for a boost and then he swaps, or if he's actually going to stick with this. Symmetra will be swapped here for Scarlet, as Daisy is already dead. Mimosa is sticking with this.
Yeah, quick teleport in and you're dead. Oh, might be better with the Widowmaker. Keep it.
Yeah,
go
but
for it.
Sight lines.
It's okay, Daisy. Oh, never mind.
No sight lines unless Insomnia overextend, which they didn't. Dox is down, and I mean now you're basically guaranteed worse time bank, even if you just run the cart down with no opposition.
Yeah, Dox falling down, unfortunate. Yeah, Scarlet had some shots into the big window, forced members of Insomnia down to the ground.
I mean, we're practically
it seems like that doesn't even matter anymore. Tried to cover.
It was a nice try. I do appreciate the attempt. As you know, with aid down here, there's a small window of time here for Nyam to try to punish, but they don't have ults. They need to be fast, they need to be quick. And he is rushing back with his coach gun as fast as he can. Scarlet with an angle here, but only into the Brig. Yugaru overextended. No punish.
Like to disengage.
They have a tick. 2 ticks on the way.
Quick reset.
Nano faster for Wydot. This is a big opportunity for Dox or Scarlet to pop off with it. It's going to be Dox.
And he goes in to the back line before the enemy does. A little faster. No Bob. It could have been close if Aid had Bob. But Undersea with the barrage. Not contested. No way.
Looks like Dox didn't have his bubble.
I think, yeah, Wydot wasn't in the Sleeping Dart range, was contested. I think Yugaru went in at the same time as the barrage hit.
This is so bad for Nyam. I cannot overstate it because, sure, they have some tools for this next attack, but they don't work well isolated. Like, Dox can have a little bit of extra damage for his Primal with the Orbital Ray, but, man, Insomnia can buy so much time here.
NyamGaming will use everything for this.
Yeah.
Unless the full cap's going to happen in a minute 30.
I mean, even if they do win this, like, the time is so small.
Big bubble, oh man.
And they don't win it. They don't ult. And now the time bank's even smaller.
That was
8
just
is just him, man. 8 is him. He is the one. We've solved it. And Yugaru and Wagiyume still have their ults online. But maybe they just don't need ults this game.
The Ray will come down. Whoa, hold up.
Or
Yugaru. Yugaru's insane. Pops the Primal. Got one. As long as they have Daisy down. Because if Scarlet's the only DPS, once you use that barrage, or you can't use the barrage because you're the only DPS.
I mean, Insomnia, they know that they have an ult disadvantage. So they're just using their ults one by one to play for time and not play for defending A. And they may still defend A, but I actually really like that call. Now, let's see if Scarlet can find an angle here.
5 ults. Ready to go for NyamGaming, pops out. The Rage, Primal, everything coming out from NyamGaming. Insomnia. Lost 2, so this should be the push.
And they're committing the rally.
Expensive push with 30 seconds.
No contest. Don't think they should have used the rally there, but otherwise, I love that Insomnia used their ults for time and not for A, because now you already have a better time bank, guaranteed. And you could build up these ultimates because Nyam had to use so many. Ended up getting an ult lead, potentially even just defending B, but might be, you know, that they finished the map, but you know you have the better time bank, you know your attack was more efficient. As Aiku could just nano here onto Undersea. If he finds the angle he's looking for, he's got two options right in front of him.
To use the nano.
Winston and the choke would be fantastic.
It's a nice place to get the extra wide dot also. And Undersea looking for the surprise barrage from the top.
Okay, nano onto him.
Nano. The street shots. Diving with Milgaru. Backline wide out has no one else to give that nano to.
Wow. Undersea is just body shotting people. Doesn't need the barrage, doesn't need ultimates. And they cap the point, but they don't have control of the point. They don't have control of A, they don't have control of this archway. And Nyam, they have their own nano, but have to fight through the choke. It's hard to get Dox into a good position here. Look at the setup for Insomnia, it's fantastic. And they even have a Bob for delay. This nano needs to be so huge for Wydot.
And someone needs to control window.
Another purple.
And quick shot. Wydot has a lot. He's got so many work to do on his own. And 8 hits the head again. The pushback is good. He's safe in the back. Ooh, that was with the nano. NyamGaming, this push better work for them with the minute left. Insomnia, bow, Milgaru ready with the primal. After the ring, it's their time to go with the dive on Dox. Down, no Winston. And going with the side rotation again. They want to finish it now. Look for that stagger.
Scarlet should be able to build some distance. Milgaru though, getting into the back line. He's pushing him back into the spawn. He's saying, again, I'm playing for time. We have way more ults. I primal, but we still have the nano to back me up. They really only have one more fight here. Nyam need to crush this one. We need to see a much better orbital ray this time around. I mean, it's just looking doomed. I mean, remember, they have 3 minutes and 13 in the bank if they even get to the end.
Bob on the side. Put down. The pressure onto Undersea. Checking for Scarlet, where he is.
Scarlet gets Milgaru. Nano's still at the ready here.
Yeah, better cover. Undersea couldn't get into position because of early pressure.
But, like, grats, you finally got the archway. Now try to push to B. Now try to push to B. Now if you get that, then maybe you'll get C. But best case scenario, you're gonna have like
where's Undersea?
30 seconds of time, and
yeah, some members are around.
Yeah,
I mean, corner.
Look, Scarlet, this is not an angle. Orbital raise out.
Ready on top. See Undersea with the nano barrage against the barrage, but with the nano for him, and Undersea is going to win for Insomnia. No extra time for NyamGaming. They used so much for that first point.
A crushing victory. I would argue, like we've said going into today, a much more one-sided affair than our first series for Varrel and Lazuli. Nyam just get completely crushed by, for a majority of the series, Aid, but then later on, Undersea. Undersea on the Pharah was popping off.
But player of the match.
There's no Juno on their team. They didn't play
they
the
had Juno.
They did a little
IQ.
bit. A little bit.
Yeah, just imagine Pharah against the opponent Pharah, but you got the nano. The opponent doesn't.
I mean, Scarlet was out in no man's land because he had to fish for something. Like there was nothing he could do. His team was falling apart. Dox is struggling. He's getting picked. He's getting focused. And there's not a lot of movement there. They lost control of the archway after getting A, which is the worst thing that can happen to you on King's Row. Because then you're basically constantly, you're still playing the first part of Hybrid, even though the card says that you capped it. Like you haven't capped it. You don't have that choke point. They have choke point control. They're not playing through window that aggressively. You can't take window away from them because the Pharaoh keeps concussive blasting you back down. The Winston can't go through the archway without taking half of his health bar of damage. He can't go through the window because he's a little bit too fat. Like, he can't kind of... I mean, obviously, you can go up into there, but you can't leap through it. And then if you do, you've isolated yourself.
Yeah.
And guess what? Aid
Sir,
gets it.
And Daisy tried to go up in the window, and this guy just headshots you.
Yeah.
So there's no Ash on the high ground. That's why they were stuck on that choke for such a... Oh, this Cassidy was...
But we're going to see the
unforgiving.
1v9 fight. Yeah, I think this is it. Actually crazy.
Yeah, this is the moment. That's a start. And
Yeah,
then
he's just so good at Cassidy. It's like it's unfair. It's not allowed. You can't have a player this good in the league.
yeah, look, the Ray. It's like, oh, as long as I stay around the Ray, I get heals, I get extra damage. Oh, I guess that's a new thing in Overwatch.
Bam. This is actually this fight was insanity. And then, you know, some moments here in King's Row, playing very well. I feel like Undersea did kind of steal the show here a little bit, but he still had a fantastic performance on King's Row. And he is our leading POTM now 5, so he takes 2 ahead of Hidden, who played in the earlier series, did not pick up a POTM. It is looking very likely that Aid will win POTM of the season, but there's still a few games left to be played here for Hidden and KSG. So there's a chance, but if Aid gets one more, then it's done. If he gets just one more, then no one can catch him.
Yeah, this is the POT only for the top 4 teams. That's why it seems a little empty compared to what we had a week ago.
Yeah.
And 8, I think he will just run away with... Maybe he will be the... Because they still have... Wait, 1, 2... Two more matches
games left.
And
So
maybe he can fill all
that's
the
what I'm saying. If
stars.
he gets one more, the other players have 3, then that's it. He just gets it. Like, no one can catch him. So that is all for us for today for our seeding matches. We have matches tomorrow and on Wednesday. But after this, we are going into our LCQ match, which is Revati, MFC. Should be pretty interesting. Revati looking like pretty clear favorites, but MFC have been so clutch, and they're such a unique team that I think this one could go either way. I think on paper this should be our closest match of the day, but I still give a huge edge to Revati if they play on their peak form, because they didn't play on their peak form for about a week and a half there. That's why they didn't make top 4. That's why they're not in the seeding tournament.
But they had to go against Lazuli, NyamGaming. NyamGaming, I think they should have a lot more maps off, at least. But they just didn't look crisp at all. And Varrel, of course, the opponent that you really... It was going to be rough regardless. But it's the thing. First week, they got 2 maps off of Insomnia. And that was the expectation of, like, oh, Revati can really play this season. And then everyone thought, okay, maybe they can go for like top 4, maybe top 3. And then after that, week 2, a bit of a roughie. Week 2 in the middle. So that will be the matchup here. Revati versus MFC coming up next. We'll take a long one because they have the interview from Japan. And then after that, we'll have the 10-minute timer. We'll be back after that.
stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final stage of the night. Revati versus MFC. This one matters a little more since, of course, no one is dropped or eliminated from today. But this LCQ, it runs a little bit different compared to our the seeding decider matches.
That's right. So just to refresh everyone, our matchup that we're going to have at the end of today is Revati versus MFC X Supreme, Miku Fan Club X Supreme. So the winner of this advances directly into playoffs as the 5th seed. The loser will play against the winner of tomorrow's first match, because we're going to do it in reverse order tomorrow for Telemir, because they've got to go to school and stuff. They are playing against Namakuji Brothers. So Namakuji Brothers versus Telemir's winner will play against the loser of today, and then the winner of that also goes to playoffs. So tomorrow we're going to find out who that's going to be, and then on Wednesday we're going to find out who our last playoffs team is.
Yep, basically from the bottom 4, we will end up with top 2 to go against the top 4, fighting for the seeding matches. So we have the 6.
Well, the winner could just go straight to playoffs. And they're not going to be involved in the seeding tournament. That's only for top 4. So whoever wins this is going to playoffs. So this is a very, 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 very important matchup here.
It is likely Revati, I'm thinking. MFC, a little creative, but I think they stuck a little too long with the main, potentially, in too many different maps. And I think they were really late on catching on to Farah. A lot of the other teams caught on to Farah early on after a weekend of Korea. Some teams were like, oh, that seems really, really strong. Few teams tried it. It didn't work all the time. But after a while, they really found better angles to play, better maps to play Farah on.
Yeah, because Tayo is, as far as I know right now, still playing from Japan. Since his ping isn't going to be as big as some of his teammates' pings, he can still play Farah and should be able to play Farah as the projectile player on his team. So the expectation is by now he should have been able to pick it up. If they continue to run May exclusively, then they're running into problems with long-range hit scan. Sojourn's making a comeback. Obviously, Ashe is still very meta. So you're outranged, you're outpoked a lot of the time. He's playing it even on Circuit Royale, which we did see earlier from Insomnia and Varrel. But Varrel and Lazuli. But it still feels like, they've hindered themselves in terms of compositions a lot. And it has kind of been a consistent theme, which is why we do see this team finish in 6th place. They weren't able to make it into top 4. I think they have potential to be a top 4 team in this tournament. Could make a dark horse run through playoffs. But this is going to have to start now, right? It's going to have to start through this series. You don't want to be playing against Namakuji Brothers to determine whether you're going to playoffs or not, because they're not the same Namakuji Brothers we saw in Stage 1. They definitely have some really high highs. And if you end up losing that matchup, you're just not going to playoffs at all.
Yes, tonight so far, 3-0, 3-0. Varrel and Insomnia both higher seed compared to the opponent. And Revati is a similar case. But MFC, I think, a little closer in terms of the gap between the power level between Revati and NFC compared to the first 2 that we had. Can't just be 3 Overwatches today. I hope not. NFC, they better have something else prepared. I think today is really the day that you can find the easier path into that top 6 than go down to the lower to fight against the winner tomorrow.
So the DPS lineup here for Revati, Hofak, and Haratun is going up against Kila and Tayo, right? And that's the big storyline. Hofak has been one of the better long-range hit scan players in this tournament. He has been all year long. And if Tayo is not going to be able to match him, then that's a huge gap that you have actually in your roster. I think both Kila and Haratun have been pretty strong Tracer players. I think Haratun has been a little bit better overall, but there's been some inconsistencies in this roster because I think Fearful hasn't fully integrated this roster. I know the whole season is over, right? We're moving into LCQ, but still feels like he's not on the same page as his support line and his DPS line sometimes. I think he's a good player, a lot of potential there, but maybe there's an angle of attack here for the side of MFC, Miku Fan Club, because they also have a really strong tank player in their roster, plays a lot of Junker Queen, Romani. So, I mean, I feel like this series definitely is winnable for Miku Fan Club Supreme. It's just going to be about whose form is better on the day.
Yeah, Fearful is I will almost say a very different tank compared to the rest of the Japanese tanks out there. Can be super passive in some of the maps or a little too aggressive in some of the control maps, which actually works really well with the aggressive DPS lineup that they have. But sometimes not with the same page with the support. I think that has to be on the same page together Either you have to be really clear that you're going in, cover me, well, let's have a full dive. And sometimes you can just have with the DPS dive, but I think it's just a lot better to have everyone on the same page if you're going to be having those styles. So Revati, I think that was the biggest problem in week 3. Let's see if they have fixed that style a little bit. So on the other side...
Yeah, MFC did play Aokigahara a little bit, which I thought was pretty interesting. He is playing in Japan and also is a pretty good hit scan player. So maybe after Control, they'll swap him back in if they want to deal with Hofak, because if you just have Tayo and he's not comfortable playing those long-range hit scan heroes right now, then that's a bit of an issue in this meta. Keela obviously can play those heroes, but usually opts into, you know, either playing the Tracer or some of these other projectile heroes instead. So Echo, he's a very good Echo player, as he's indicated here in his favorite hero portrait. But
yep, other than what Tayo plays, Genji, Widow, Mei, couple of ventures even.
Hey, we got all 3.
Yeah, and I like it as long as Tayo's not in support. I think he's deserved in the DPS role. Aokigahara, couple of DPS action whenever there was a swap from Tayo into support.
His Ana was decent, Tayo's.
Yeah, but they were missing Supreme, the original pair with Frogger.
Yeah.
I don't think they were having that duo synergy as much in terms of support.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. I don't think it's ideal. I think Tayo was good. He was serviceable, but it's not what you've been playing all season long. It's not what you've been preparing with. So sticking with the original plan as they are with their starting lineup today is definitely, I think, going to be stronger. We may see Aokigahara come in. Nepal, though, he's not going to be in. Let's see what the game plan is going to be here for MFC.
Yep. Map chosen by Revati. Let's see what happens. There's the dubstep music. Time to get into Nepal. First map.
Remember, G-Clef, if they lose today, MFC Supreme, they'll likely play against Namakuji brothers in that match to decide playoffs. Last time they played against them, they won 3-2. Just one extra map, the difference there. If that goes to a 2-3 this time, or even worse, you don't go to playoffs. So, Romani showcasing Junker Queen. I mentioned it earlier, he's very good at this pick. Frogger not playing Lucio would be crazy, because he only plays Lucio pretty much this tournament, but he will be on the kind of new-esque Lucio in the Juno here, as Revati are just playing stock standard Korean dive Ash Tracer. See how this goes? I mean,
there's nothing bad about it. It's just that, how do you deal with the Juno? See how they handle for now.
The
not
Hyper
much,
ring is already out, yeah.
In fact, not on the high ground, just towards the side. Supreme almost caught. Not a bad dynamic. A few stickies. Has to be careful.
He's already down.
Hard to punish him for going a little aggressive off to the side. Yeah, this is the dangerous moment of Tracer already on the back of the retreating line. And recalls back into safety. Oh, hold on, Romani.
He's a little bit isolated though, so it's hard to get a flip off of those kills. He's going to have to come over here and take point position, but they can kind of juggle this if they want to. Look at this. Harutun just buying time. Doesn't have a recall though, so only by a few percentage points, and then they're going to have to regroup. This is ideal for MFC, how quickly they got this flip. They didn't build that much of the orbital ray, but still, a lot of control is theirs. Keela can challenge Hofak's sightlines. I think the one thing they're really missing here is the duplicate. I feel like if you had that, you'd feel really comfortable about your position, but they're pretty close to it. Yeah. The Rampage will be useful probably onto Fearful and Hesty alone. And Romani's got that one ready as well. Nano out first.
Oh, immediate Rampage. 1-2. Sleep good. Romani very low. Ends up surviving though. With the heal, you have to be careful whenever you're using that Rampage. Goes all the way in front.
Now the cap attempted.
Because of the cover onto Romani, actually doesn't end up being a big trade. Fearful. Still there with the Primal now. The rally up, Killa off to the side. Not tossed. Oh, eventually found.
The Ray not really getting any value here for MFC. Very awkward fight as the Rampage was really good to start things off. He found a really nice angle. I think he surprised Revati, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Tayo then followed up, but a little bit late and got picked, so didn't build his duplicate. And so Revati kind of undid all the hard work MFC had on that last one-team fight. They do have the duplicate now. If you lose this fight, though, as MFC, you lose all the momentum you had completely. And they should look for a duplicate onto Fearful.
Good sleep.
Oh, no.
That was right at the Matrix. But Hesi down. Will delay. Still attack coming down from MFC.
Gonna commit the dupe onto the
This is big.
Ana. A lot of extra heals for Romani.
Yeah, Revati has to fall back. Still willing to contest a little bit. Fearful still there. From the side. Got the flip. FC catching the numbers up. All the way to 60%.
Tayo knowing that they just need a little bit of staying power.
Dead.
Now he's dead, though.
Is locked in the crosshair. In the middle, Romani still safe, but the DPS down, and Haruto and Kofax, they can focus on Romani. Some hero change coming through from MFC after getting the flop back. This is some really good back and forth.
Yeah, unfortunately for MFC though, no, they got the dupe on the Ana. I like that target selection because it meant that they could actually have the staying power to win that fight. They didn't need to build a primal, they didn't need damage or an extra tank, they just need a little bit of extra healing, but Tayo's just instantly gets picked right afterwards when he doesn't have the safety of that duplicate. And now we're looking at primal, we're looking at potential Bob. Tayo swaps over to Tracer here. He's not known for this season. It's Keela's pick, but desperation calls for it.
Yeah, Romani takes the heal. Rampage up first. Oh, that's a nice one.
Really nice.
And Epic right on the target. And that's not going to be lost. That will be NFC with the quick flip with just a Rampage.
And Epic didn't build that much nano off of this. They didn't use their primal. They didn't use their rally. It's not ready yet. So there's still a potential fight here to win for Revati. It almost feels like Frogger should just ult off the point. Very difficult to make a call like that in this situation. I think they're probably just going to stick to the point, but it's going to be so disruptive, this primal, to the Raze value. Keela will have to stay up in personal if he wants to actually be the one to get the value out of that ultimate, the extra damage. Here he is. Primal pushes him away.
Drop down, but he's down. Pushed offside, Fearful. But on the main stage, this is the thing. Romani has been sweeping the floor with Supreme, the mortality field, keeping them alive. Keela is down, but no one's touching. The entire team were already gone. Oh, MFC steals this one.
Yeah, they really did steal it away. And by they, I mean him. And by him, I mean he. And by he, I mean Romani.
Yes.
And then also I mean she, because Junker Queen. But you know what I mean. Romani is playing the game of his life right now. Fantastic rampages. Even the first rampage that didn't end up getting kills. As yeah, this was a great play to get Keela off the point, but it meant that the rest of his team didn't have any peel whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Haruto, getting lost first. Somehow got caught. Must have been the torpedo and just the basic damage.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Ray tossed in, so some extra damage coming through, like you're saying, and it's going to be, once again, the Illari to come out here.
Are we sure? Junkrat?
Junkrat, okay.
Okay, this is one map where Junkrat can be okay.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong here in the neutral fight because of all the AoE damage. The walls you mentioned as well, but very difficult to avoid these left clicks. The bounce damage. Also, Satchel can be quite useful to knock people even into the pit. It's rare, but it can happen.
It's not as strong because Haruto does have that Pharah.
Yeah.
And they're both also Revati after checking the comp. They're split up. But if MFC can push them with the first fight and keep them at the choke, Junkrat will be very, very strong.
The Illari is going to feel very good into this too if you can operate her on the pylons. Just the poke damage gets deleted by those heals. Epic's already halfway to a captive son.
I love this.
Fearful's
NFC.
trapped.
Oh man, the damage is there. It's just harder to aim, but if one is trapped, it's just easy damage.
All right, let's see if they can get on the point. I mean, I think this is basically their fight to lose. Kofax, he has no line of sight. He could do nothing here. He can't get back in. He can't rejoin. His teammates need to rejoin him. He can't actually poke. He can't get sight lines. Now Tayo's gonna hold this choke. They get the cap.
Yeah, this is exactly what Tayo wanted. Off of the walls, forcing them to be rotating into one side only.
And this is just not something we see, so it's difficult to prepare for. It's difficult to know it's coming. Captive Sun's still a ways away here for Epic. The first fight, he got a ton. Not so much the second.
Revati though? Oh, a little too focused.
Yeah, way too far away from his squad. That might be all you need. No tank now for
Yeah.
MFC.
And the backside is very vulnerable. And Tayo, of course, you can just mine away, like
So-
Concussive Blast, but
He, he wants to use this Riptire, so he doesn't want to swap. He'll probably swap after this if this fails, but Nano's out. On to Fearful. Tayo's down, so no Riptire in this fight. No, man. If you don't swap here, G-Clef, you're trying to Riptire into the point, but they can obviously see that coming a mile away. Can split. Fearful is chasing a lot, too. I don't think he'll be punished. He's going to Primal. He's just going to stagger them further.
Yeah, pushing them off of the field. Tayo's got the Riptire. They get Fearful.
I mean, if they get him, it's huge. They need to, but he gets away. He doesn't even need the Mega. And now Epic also has the Captive Sun.
Romani, Rampage? Oh, that was a sleep dart. Either it didn't hit anyone or that was a great sleep dart responding back.
All right, I don't know what you swap to, but I don't know if you can keep this Junker or this Junkrat anymore.
Junker Rat.
Junker Queen is fine, but
you can't have two Junks.
Yeah,
you can
no.
only have one.
The Rat's got to go. Or he's just got to pull that Riptire.
Yeah, he's gonna keep it.
But I mean, they're just going to keep fighting you in the choke and zoning you out completely. The Junkrat is great when you're in the point and you have all that AoE bounce damage, but when you can't get in, it's a Riptire or bust.
There it
And
is.
it takes out Hesty.
Oh, yeah. Side rotation. Like the quick pick.
Shut down on Harutun's ult as well. Okay, so now they get the right with this flip to keep the Rat because they got control of the chokes again. Supreme is healing Tayo up. And now Revati have to fight their way through their choke again. This time even tougher. Obviously last time they had a little bit of a neutral contest. This time they're going to have to go through the archway itself, as you can see. So Tayo's Riptire is enough to get one pick, open up the point for them. And, I mean, MFC, otherwise not a whole lot of ultimates here, but that Rat damage may alone be enough. As Nano Boost is going to be used here to try to get on top. Here it comes.
Fearful. Time to feel firm quickly. The backline's gone, and without them, not much that you can do with the mine, and Tayo will drop.
I mean, obviously, if you try to set up a trap and you can catch the Winston there, or you can satchel charge him back, I mean, there are ways. But now this is looking pretty doomed. Tayo going to swap over to Tracer. They have the Diva swap as well. They need like an environmental kill or something to win this one because Fearful's going to have Primal. Then he's got full control at this point. And in he goes.
There's a touch from Romani. A lot of damage members. And the rage. No touch comes through. Revati. We'll just steal this back to them.
Yeah, you can't get on the point when there's an angry Winston pushing you away. You got the tag. If they all just rush onto the point, then he just kills all of them, pushes them off the side. Felt like checkmate at that point. I was surprised that Tayo was able to find that Riptire kill, but just a little bit of a greedy position there from Hesty. Ends up getting taken out. And that was enough for them to get the flip back. But still, ultimately, the next Nano Boost fight was too strong. Fearful showing the Orisa. If he wants to keep this, I would recommend an Illari or potentially the Juno we've seen so much of. But
Yeah, May. Always a viable pick.
yeah, they're just going to keep
Village.
the Batiste, which is going to be high value with Cassidy and the Orisa if she can get on the point. As finally Tayo's playing Pharah. That's a win in my book. I've been waiting for this. More Pharah, please.
Yeah, and progress still on Juno. We're still in the early days of Juno, competitive. So let's see which pair ends up being the best with Juno. Is it going to be with the Baptiste, Lucio? Good shots from Hofak. Always you can trust the hit scans.
Kilo struggling to challenge him right now. Now Fearful's just got the Javelin out. First cap to Revati.
Looks forward that big shot from the air. Ayo from the side, so a double angle push. MFC. Rotation getting caught. Oh, there's no way of going back here. Oh, actually managed to somehow survive. I thought for sure that Supreme was dead.
Well, Keela certainly is. And Supreme is just trying to heal up his teammates.
Revati caught, ice wall. Good catch. Power to the rotation a little faster with the Lucio.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And unfortunately, now it's just staggered deaths here for MFC. Supreme actually getting away. Does have to drop his immortality field down, and it looks like he's not going to get away, so spoke too soon on that one. That's another respawn they have to wait for him. We're going to be looking at 50 plus before they can even think of contesting.
Frogger here. Ray used on the
point.
Wait, epic. Extra healing. Torpedoes with the Terra. And that's enough to respond back. That is Revati fighting back without the DPSs.
Yeah, this is Fearful saying, I am the DPS. I am the one who knocks. I am the one who javelins. I am the one who will win this third round.
That's crazy. Now
they did it without Harutun's ult. They did it without Hofak. Just no one to break through this armor. You lose even one DPS, and Fearful is immortal with supports. Supreme, the last to fall, will respawn here. A lot of ults for MFC, but getting them to the point is the challenge, especially when a Blizzard can just be dropped on said point that you have to contest. Tayo might just get knocked out of the sky, but it's Deadeye. The approach is so challenging, and there's no Rampage angle. I mean, who are you going to hit? Orisa only, maybe. Okay, now they're hunkering down on the point. Tayo's just going to try to chip in some damage. Deadeye's early.
Oh, Hesty. Perfect zombie retiming. Some purples, but doesn't matter.
The Deadeye is well timed too.
Barrage, unless Tayo gets a double. One's good enough, but can you get a double? That's the thing. But Lizard down from Harutun and frozen up are the targets. The flip was there for a couple of percentages, but Revati should have this with the team kill.
Overtime will tick away. And that's the first map that belongs to Revati. MFC keeping it interesting though. The Junkrat really shaking things up quite a bit. We saw a little bit of Juno from Frogger, which is not shocking. It does seem like it really suits his playstyle and his skills. He's incredibly accurate. He knows timings of when to speed people up. But they used the orbital ray on the point in that fight, but it was super split. They couldn't actually get any advantages out of it. And like Tayo's far away trying to layer poke in, but isn't actually getting the boost of the damage. And I mean, had a nice barrage angle. Like I think the fight was basically already over, but he still was able to get at least that one trade kill back onto the Cassidy. But
yeah, in terms of single target healing, I think Juno is really good. And especially if you can heal just right off of the opponent, you can just keep your tank alive forever. And because the magazines is so much, and it's only 12 each, Juno will heal so much within like the 8 seconds and the 10-second time bank. Compared to what Lucio can do, of course their kit are very different. But I kept on noticing how much impact can you have overall in a game. But Juno, some potential points, some extra damage, and it really goes on different focusing from the opponent. But overall, I still think Lucio can actually just have a lot more impact because you control the speed, you can catch
Sound Barrier
off guard.
denies purples.
Sound Barrier is just so much more impactful compared to the Ray. Ray, you have to get your team gathered up, right?
Your speed boost is going to affect everyone around you in an area all the time.
All the time is the real issue.
And the hyper ring is only going to affect those who pass through it, only in a specific place, and the speed boost is very limited. So the kit of Juno, I think, is based around the fact that her left clicks are incredibly strong at single target heal, like you say. Obviously, you have the torpedoes, but they're like small potatoes.
Doesn't really do much.
Yeah. I think that when you have the orbital ray, it needs to be used with DPSs. Like, there are a few outliers. Like, you could use it with a tank that has high damage output, like a Junker Queen, like they tried to, or even like a Reinhardt. If Reinhardt has that extra damage, he's going to do a lot with it. Orisa will do a lot with it, but they just couldn't actually kill the Orisa when the Ray was down. And even though the DPS has died, he's just like, okay, I have Orisa armor. You have no damage. Good luck. And they just eventually won that. The Lucio healing isn't as good as the Juno healing, but it's enough to keep the Orisa topped off. And Fearful was able to do so much in that final moment. Now, if I know MFC, they're probably going to take us to Circuit Royale and then not play long range hit scan.
Yeah,
that's kind of been the storyline of this team a lot of this season.
Just leave that killer to be going up on the Widowmaker. Has been
Sometimes, not even always, but
Yeah.
sometimes. Oddly enough, not Tayo, even though he has the lower ping and has his favorite hero as Widowmaker in his profile. But you're right. That's how they play it. When they do that, they put Tayo on Mei on this map instead, and I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption that we're going there. Could be Aoki Gahara coming in instead. Tayo plays support.
Oh,
I don't
really?
want it, but that's what could happen.
For
We've seen that.
LCQ, I don't think so. You never know though, because MFC they've been doing a lot of these swaps.
They played Junkrat, you know.
Map.
New Junk City. Okay, they're really
So a
throwing
lot
some
more
curveballs
junks.
today.
A lot more junks today.
Yeah, they're really just throwing these
All
curveballs.
the junks, and then where are we going next? Junkertown?
Could be. I feel like we're gonna see a Genji composition here, or it could be the Mei Junker Queen. We've also seen Torbjorn here quite a bit in Stage 1. Very popular pick, setting up turrets, being annoying. The ultimate for zone control is so difficult to deal with because you can launch it so safely on this map. And basically regardless of flashpoint, but even on that first one, especially if the fight goes long and you can build that. So I am really curious, G-Clef, what's the plan, Miku Fan Club?
What is it? Miku Fried Chicken, X-Cream. We'll find out real soon. Revati leading 1-0 of this first LCQ. I just want some fried chicken now.
I just ate dinner. I'm all right.
You're on a strict diet.
I'm trying to keep it strict, you know? You guys remember me from 2019 Overwatch League days? You look at me now compared to then, you're like, man, you sure they're the same? Tayo is playing Genji, Romani Junker Queen, Supreme highlighting the Moira for now. And I'm guessing it'll be Tracer, yeah, that comes with this. So very fast, high damage output dive composition here. And Coalescence is going to be the name of the game as Supreme can build it. That is going to be the first ult that comes online in most cases. And that's going to be so high impact.
Yeah, also really good, depending on how you can use the angle. Already subtracting in Tayo.
Kilo's down already though. Wolfpack just takes his head off. Don't even think he recalled. And that's that. That's the fight. That's the flashpoint cap. And that's also only 40% of a Coalescence. You know, you build 60 on this and still give the first cap, you're like, well, we could retake potentially with that ultimate. Now, your comp is so ult-based with this. You're so reliant on Rampage. You're so reliant on Dragon Blade, Sound Barrier, Coalescence. Without any of these tools and without any control to a Mei or Risa comp, you're actually trying. You're like the guy in Indiana Jones with the sword versus the gun. You don't have a gun, MFC.
They're trying to build one, but the reloading might take a while.
Oh, look at Hofak. Like, no one's even hitting him. He's like, I don't even care. It's an eco push, but it's an eco push on Flashpoint.
Look, he's just
hey, they
waiting
got
for
the
the
cap.
target.
They got the cap. And you know what? They actually isolate him. Still a scrappy fight here.
They keep it up. Fearful's still right in the middle.
All right, they end up getting the cap, but MFC get the tools they want, and they were able to build a lot of percentage after that sneaky cap. Like they were able to steal that one away as Revati were pushing too far forward, and Hofak was back with line of sight, but wasn't on the point, wasn't contesting. And now they have the Rampage, they have the Coalescence, right? I mean, this is the fight you were looking for, MFC, and you're not taking it at 99, you're taking it pre-99 because you got those ults, or you got that cap
There
rather.
it is, Coalescence up.
Oh, blocked.
Oh, blocked and Hesty. Oh, but hold on. Two numbers caught. Good catch by Tayo and Kila.
I mean, that might be enough. Sound Barrier doesn't save the day. And now Frogger's going to have Barrier. They're going to have Blade. Even though the Coalescence was blocked, the wall kind of cut Revati in half. They didn't have a Blizzard. And they got run over by Romani. This is fantastic for Miku Fan Club. Well, it looked pretty damning at the beginning of this one when they didn't have any tools. They looked like there was no way they're going to get the cap. They get a secret flip, win that second fight with the ult advantage. And now they'll be pushing for a 99-99 end here. The Sound Barrier and the Blade, but it needs to be a big Blade here from Tayo.
Yeah, it does need to be. As long as they can keep a few ultimates, they die first. Beautiful. Straight. Oh, still.
Oh, got him in animation. No deflect for that one.
And that Sound Barrier was supposed to be for Genji. It wears off too quickly. The clips there, Revati still. Nice wall. And Killa barely with the touch. Overtime will come through.
What a tragic way to lose the first round for MFC.
It was almost there.
They had the barrier blade. They had the angle onto Hofak.
Hofak was also getting ready for the deflect timing too.
So he charged it up a little bit onto Tayo, and then Tayo is in Dragon Blade animation. Can't get the deflect off, and is taken out as the barrier is fading away. And that was everything they needed, everything they were building up to. They're going to have a coalescence here, but it might be after Epic ends up getting his Kitsune Rush, which would just be disastrous here. They cannot compete with that amount of attack speed coming out from Revati once that one gets pressed, and Epic is just spamming Q as soon as he hits 100.
And Flashpoint unlocked. Hofak again.
Oh, the wall!
He's trapping a little too many, and Killa takes it a little too slow. Got the cap, but no pulse bomb coming through. Don't want to drop it now, as the entire team's gone. Maybe you want to have some flashing plays.
These back caps have been really nice, though, from Killa, where he's just like, okay, we lost the fight, but guess what? I have 17%, so your advantage here means a little bit less. Still huge here for Revati, and they do have that Kitsune Rush. Didn't have to use it in the last fight, but this MFC gets something.
Yeah, these back caps gives some extra time for NFC to gain ultimates. We once from the other side and alone doing the coalescence damage. It's not for the healing, so the entire team gets spread apart.
Yeah.
And I don't actually know how that worked.
Yeah, I
or
think
what their idea was behind it.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a split call between Romani and Supreme, because if you're going to go in for that push as Romani, because Romani's thinking to himself, I go in, we have Coalescence, with that healing I should live long enough to get a Rampage, I'm in the middle of 5 people, I get a big Rampage, we win the fight.
Yes.
But instead Supreme was focusing on the backline and trying to do damage, and he alone can't get that done, so definitely a split call. I think if he focuses Romani there, maybe that actually is a one fight.
The back cap.
Looking for it again, but fails.
Rampage angle is there. That's huge.
Barrier
Sound barrier though. Hesty, perfect timing cover. Again, the Blizzard comes down. Opac's still alive and doing much more than just the two. And without that sound barrier, the team fight was over.
Yeah,
what a
without
timing
it,
from Hesty.
it's 100% a win with that really nice Rampage, but Hesty just barely hits it on the ground. No Ajax to be found. Ice Wall just for fun, 2-0. And the ult economy here for MFC once again. They have the Blade and the Barrier, but they do not have point prio here. Hofak doesn't have a Deadeye this time. Okay, Revati are dry on ultimates. If they can't win this fight, if they can't make this Blade beat fight work, then I just don't know if they're going to have a chance at this series. This should be their fight to lose, even against point prio. Unless a disaster happens, the target selection has to be good.
Yeah, Hofak's Cassidy has to be the target. It's so strong. There it is, Blade. Oh man, that's gotta hurt.
He's hindered
So much! The quick stun? That killed the Genji!
Oh no, G-Clef! And now Hofak
man.
is just free firing.
Fearful just on top of things today.
These mag grenades have been so good for Hofak. And
Yeah, again, the first cap comes through. Again, about 20%.
you get the cap, but you don't win the fight. You don't keep the cap. Terra Surge here, ready for Fearful now.
Tayo on Reaper now.
Yeah, no. Reaper, I think, does make sense, but it's just not all grouped. He's already forced to use his Wraith Walk. Kitsune Rush, while he's gone, so completely capitalizing on him being on the low ground. And they don't even need... So, you know, what I was thinking was MFC probably regrouped there, but they kind of just ran Tayo in, and I was like, okay, well, now, you know, they have to use Kitsune Rush to get Fearful into position to Terra Surge. Instead, they just Kitsune Rush while Tayo goes down because he came in too early, and they get to keep the Terra Surge. And Hesty's going to have the sound barrier advantage here. It's just all coming up Revati right now.
Huge Revati still on point. Revati couldn't touch the cap, trying to run away. Terra, right in the middle. Pulse goes wide. Hofak again. Focus fire on Romani and Killa. They're still trying to do what he can, but already without the two, the Deadeye.
Oh, nice avoid there from Tayo.
Perfect timing.
But he needs to
getting
get out.
chased.
And he won't.
There's no exit.
G-Clef, Romani died at 98%. The Kiriko Rush was intended to get him that primal. He failed. Revati win the fight without using the sound barrier.
There's a touch with the Primal. Just by enough time for the extra sound barrier from Frogger. Overtime, give me one touch. Oh, Frogger's dead. Oh, that is it.
Nice try, Keela, but it's not enough.
Go back, Harutun, fearful. Revati again and again. They win the team fight and points delivered.
2-0. Looking like it might be a 3-0. And I hate to say it this early, but it doesn't. I mean, it's not really that early. It's 2/3 of potentially the series.
Yes.
But it felt like it went through with the blink of an eye. Obviously, control is much closer. Really cool strategies coming out here from the side of Miku Fan Club Supreme. They played the Junkrat. They showcased that they can play New Junk City. They played the Genji dive there, but they were shut down so hard. Tayo's first blade denied by a Deadeye. The second blade denied by a mag grenade. And then he's just out. He's dead. He's at 6 health and he can't do anything. 2 blades completely worthless. Then the Reaper comes through, but it's mistimed and cut off. And then the Kiriko Rush comes out. I mean, Revati just look a whole tier above right now. And it's starting to feel like we are going to have that rematch between Namakuji Brothers and MFC on Wednesday.
Yeah, very likely. Very, very likely. Now that this is coming to on year end, because of course one more map and maybe more games from MFC after the break, but that flashpoint was a little too one-sided, I gotta say. Some percentage, but only from the flips. And we'll talk more after the break. Once we come back, we'll have that map number 3. Hello, welcome back, and we're on the match point. Revati looking for that one more game to finish off the day. MFC has been bringing out some cool strategies. Junkrat, some off-map, New Junk City. But still, I think Revati is just playing, not that MFC is like playing bad or anything. They're playing what they want to, but Revati is just really good. And Hofak's just having his day today. As you can see, Hofak win.
Hofak is winning right now. He is winning. He is doing it. He is getting it done. Hofak is short for Honey Factory, which was his original ID. That is why the B is here. I'm not sure why the B... Oh, okay, it's wings. I was like, I don't know why the B has 3 antennas, but actually it's part of his wing. It's a little bit cut off at the edge of the graphic, but or the edge of the cheerful. 3 Hofak wins, so hashtag game 1 Hofak win, that one secured. Hashtag Hofak win in game 2 secured. We're only 1 hashtag away from them taking this series 3-0 and going straight to playoffs as our 5th seed.
And Revati, I wonder what's up on top. It seems like that's also cut off. The
oh
black
yeah, I
marks on
see
top.
that. I see the little lines. I do wonder.
Yeah, it doesn't look the same as the hashtag. Maybe it's something else.
Romani, don't die. Frogger, get out.
Frogger, get out. But he's not a Lucio anymore. You can't get out. You can only get into the ring.
Yeah, I don't really... Why get out?
I don't know. Get in.
Maybe get out alive?
Oh, I think that's what it means.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe chat has a better answer.
Yeah, don't die. Stay alive and get out.
Get out alive, get out of LCQ. If MFC reverse sweep, they go straight to playoffs. You know? I mean, that would be huge for them.
Yes.
And they have some cool strats prepared. But this is going to be their last map pick. If they win the next 3 maps, they will be fighting the last 2 of map picks of their opponent. So it's nice that losers get map pick, right? That's really huge. They also get a side selection now, both. But that means that if you're going to reverse sweep, the loser is the enemy that has the last final pick. So obviously it's more valuable to have game 3 and game 2 and 3 map picks, because you can also dictate which map type it is, and so snipe and take away other maps to your opponents. They can't be like, oh, I actually really wanted to play Suravasa. Well, now you can't, right? That's not available anymore. So it's very valuable earlier on in the series because you have a little bit more power, but still... I was saying earlier, Circuit Royale is where I thought that we would see MFC take us. Let's see if they're going to do it in the 3rd game.
GG. Nope. We
I was like,
have to wait for...
I thought the map was coming.
Yeah, we have to wait for the map. I think that's the next screen that we're waiting for. But Blizzard World, I'm feeling it. Blizzard
World is also a good call. May can be quite strong on A. Genji can be strong there if that's what they want to run. Widowmaker is very prevalent. Obviously, Hofak can play Ashe, Widow, and Sojourn, so that's where I'm a little bit concerned about Blizzard World. But also concerned about Circuit Royale. But also concerned about Dorado.
So, Runasapi, again. I think it's a map where Hofak can do really well. I mean, Hofak can be somewhat dealt with from MFC because he can be on the lower ground or all the way back. But I think Romani and Frogger... I think the main issue today is from Frogger using Juno. Juno's okay. I'm pretty sure they had the results, but... It's not as impactful, just delivering the speed. Without the speed, I think they are just losing their tempo. It's like, this should work. Why is it not working? We're just not as fast as we were used to be with the Lucio.
Yeah, and then they played Lucio on New Junk City, but you know, they were just shut down at every turn by Hofak. So it's tricky. Like, if you're an MFC fan, which I know a lot of you, maybe even the majority of you are, have solace in that all they have to do is beat Namakuji Brothers if they lose this. And we are going to Circuit Royale. Surprise, surprise. Unless Telomere upset Namakuji Brothers, they just have to beat Namakuji Brothers on Wednesday and they can still go to playoffs. They played them 3-2 last time, so very close, very scary, but there's at least that extra series you have for being 6th seed here. You know, if Telomere wins, then like all you have to do is beat Telomere, which they also did 3-0 with Frogger getting player of the match by playing Crazy Lucio. We know what to expect here. Tayo playing Genji, playing Mei, Kila playing Hitscan. It is going to be a long uphill battle. MSC are going to get the reverse sweep. Let's see if they can find it now on their last map pick, G-Clef.
It will be literally an uphill once we hit that point 1. Let's see which side they also chose to go with. Attacking first. That's MFC. Chose the map and the side.
So, attack first, Tayo showing the Mei, Kila, Widow, Romani on Diva, and not actually playing the Junker Queen here, which I do like to see. Frogger showing the Juno. Revati going to be running not the standard Sigma Widow, but actually putting Hofak on this Ashe, and they will also have their own Juno. Very strong for Ramatra, especially when he gets Nemesis form and his Annihilation. That trips me out. Okay, yeah, stand up properly. There's gravity here. We're not in space. That's not appropriate here on Earth. I know you're a Martian and all that, but like, come on, we come back down to Earth for a second.
That's our passive, though. The double jump and the glide. Okay, we do start off with Kila. Let's see where. Okay.
The Diva is really good
Side.
into.
Almost.
Yeah, really good
Found
into
now.
Widow. And Hofak is playing Ashe though. So let's see if Kila can find some angles.
Oh.
There's. Wow.
One shot, one opportunity.
This is why they pick Circuit. One of many reasons. Tayo also has half of a Blizzard already too. This is great momentum. Amazing Ice Wall here.
It is.
And actually, I think that was Arjun's Ice Wall, so didn't do his teammates any
Okay.
favors. Yeah,
early, I thought you were talking about the early.
The first one, Ice Wall was good. I actually thought that was Tayo's as well, but I'm like, wait, no, that's blue. That didn't help them.
We're not colorblind. It's okay, guys. Don't worry.
Well, you know, sometimes I wonder about myself. They get around this first corner pretty easily, so that's a big boon here. Obviously, leading the charge in orbital by 20%.
Okay, ring up. Getting the boost near the payload.
Hesty's down.
Not the only one. A third, Romani. Hold up. Don't even need that Widow.
Gets shot by the torpedo as well before going down. All right, MFC looking like they're going to have 5 ults after their first cap with a nearly 5-minute time bank. This is pretty insane. Like, this pace is great. It doesn't get better than this.
Well, I don't know who we will have from likely Hofak if Revati wins today. But if I had the votes, I vote for Romani. 200 times.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of Overwatch left to play before he's going to get, before his team's going to get to the win. But yeah, I mean,
Look again.
So far, he's had such a fantastic start, getting backline access. We'll have the remech. But actually not going to be useful in this case. Prevented from doing so. Now his ult is gone. Blizzard also committed there. So a bit of a shaky fight this time around for MFC. Insanely ult efficient for Revati.
Yep, you're right. And now, Hofak. This guy's on the Widow.
Yeah, he's not going to be playing any more Ashe in this area. Now that he has line of sight control and can outrange this Mei. As long as he could avoid the Diva, this is so strong for Hofak on the defense.
Yeah, now they know with the Infinite on Killa with his... Almost. Not this time.
Nano onto Romani. And he gets Hofak!
The Diva went all the way in and got Harutun too. Killa's down, but that's a 3-for-1.
Yeah,
4-for-1.
They ended up committing also the Orbital Ray, which added some extra damage into that fight. Very clean from MFC. Perfect dive. Setting up the Diva with Nano, plus the extra damage. And they had vision from Kila as to where the backline was to dive, so Romani had all that information. And even though Harutun had Blizzard, they had such a good setup with the Widow. Hofak can't challenge line of sight when Kila has ult, so Revati looked like they were in a great spot, but again, this time bank still so large. And the ice wall is great.
That's in. A bit more contest. And soak up some damage with the wall. Hesty down. Killa doubles. What's going on?
Well, ice wall cuts them off. They could not group. They had to fight through that choke point. Tyler's Blizzard's
down,
out.
Rally up. Epic just using everything because they think they can get much more time out of this.
Well, they are sorely mistaken. Not only will they not get time, they will waste ults here. 2 of them tossed to the nether here. as Revati will lose control of B. 4:05 on the time bank. MFC still have a superior set of ultimates, and Keela remains in control of line of sight. Hovak will have his infra sight now, but the momentum is real for MFC right now.
Steamrolling this, turning it into highway. A lot of time. Go back though. Imprecise annihilation with the two big ultimates. Should be Revati's fight to win. Killing that down. Romani does manage to stay alive all the way at the end.
Yeah, that's actually massive. If he gets demech there and staggered, he'll have to self-destruct very likely. Instead, he actually gets to give Frogger some additional ult charge here towards that next Ray. So that's a pretty big win. As the Impresight is popped again here for Keela. Can see if he can take out Hesty. Doesn't find the angle he's looking for.
Yeah, we're behind the barrier. Going for the flick. Nope. Ripple finds him first with Hovak. So stabilizing things a little more.
They have control of the entryway now. Keela doesn't have Impresight. He's actually going to swap to Sojourn. He's hoping to get line of sight. They have enough time to build Overclock, and that's going to give him a big boon when they do actually finally have that fight. I think Frogger probably wants to drop his ult when Tayo has Blizzard on top of Tayo and onto the cart so they can get corner back. But Haratun, with this control of the corner and a nice ice wall, looking really good for Revati. Hovak traded though.
Frogger, use the raid before going down, so we'll boost the damage at least. Romani's still here, but the backline's being contested, can't come in.
And this is the
Always
Blizzard.
isolation.
Yeah, this is the Blizzard I was talking about from Haratun. He just comes in for the flank. Once the Ray is gone, and there's no way for Romani to actually absorb the Blizzard. He comes from that flank angle. Keela not able to do much in that situation, not able to deny him. It's really easy to just Blizzard. Yeah, he trades his life for it, but they get back control of the entire corner. Not going to be able to fight for Archway, and the cart will still roll, but now they can force Tayo to use this Blizzard in an awkward way. They don't have the Ray anymore, you mentioned.
Ice wall, isolate, no Blizzard yet. Once again, it's frozen up. I need to use it now.
Might be too
No,
late.
never mind. Oh, it's too late. Yeah, you're right.
Anyways. Yeah, he was so hesitant because he had the ice wall, but he was like, I don't want to use it just on Fearful. I don't want just the one. I want all of them.
A little late after the block, right?
Yeah.
Before the block, maybe could have saved the teammate, but because you slowed them.
Yeah, but he wanted to get multiple members, and when his wall only caught Fearful, he was like, okay, Epic's here, but I don't think this is worth. And
then now it's Hovak time. Keela down. And NFC after getting the 2-point with 4 minutes over. Man, they just lost 4 team fights in a row.
Yeah, Haratun's picked here though. See if Hovak can get another. Oh, yes, he does.
Okay, Keela's still there.
I don't think Romani should chase too deep.
Quick Mind, Matrix.
They have Nano Boost, and they need the team to be grouped up so Keela can get sightlines in this hallway. And that's something Romani can buy for him here if he can get into this corner right behind where Romani's standing right now. That's what the ideal situation is. He's over there, but now he's in Impresight.
Yeah, if Hovak gets Keela, that's big trouble. They're waiting for the overclock to come in. Now onto Romani early on. 30 seconds. Good snipe. Hovak dead. Oh, what a nice start. Kill some timing on the annihilation.
Haratun.
Still the defense is up. Romani, a 4th. Coming through with the beam.
Okay, they need to somehow get Haratun in the position to use this Blizzard. Epic is probably going to have to be the one who stalls this out.
Hovak still keeping the Widow.
Romani wants to keep him in the base, so they can't get that Blizzard off. That is the key here. Immortality Field.
Matrix up from Pesty. But the overclock from Keela shut down Hovak, but Romani is still there. Frogger.
Haratun's Blizzard's out.
Perimeter, 2 meters out.
Oh, no demech just yet.
Self-destruct.
He's going to drop
Would
it.
that be enough?
No Blizzard. Gets the remech. Gets away.
Yeah, but
they have to contest.
Respawns come early for Revati, and they should be able to hold after all this with the delayed response from MFC. Genji coming in with the strike. But that is just...
Spawn advantage is too much. Really heroic attempt there from Revati. the target selection was amazing. They stopped the initial group of players that are coming through. Immortality Field was used early so they could get the touch and then buy time for that Blizzard. They got the Blizzard, they had the Ice Block, the Self-Destruct came through. He still got the remech off, but they started trickling. You know, we had to see the swap from Tayo onto Genji so he could get back in and try to Swift Strike, reset his way to victory, because you need some sort of overwhelming win to push those last few meters in. And weren't able to get it, but still, with the huge time bank, they push almost to the end, and we don't always see finishes on this map. It's actually quite rare in Japan to see actual finishes here, unless it's a big difference in skill between the two teams. So Revati still need a nice attack here. They need to finish the map to close this one out. And MFC, I think they picked this map primarily for defense, to be honest with you, G-Clef. They attacked first, they got it almost to the end. Gonna run the same comp, Widow, Mei, D.Va, and Frogger will stick with this Juno. And for Revati, you know, they could change it up. They could put Fearful on Sigma. They could try to play the Ramatra attack, try to break through the front lines like they've been doing and they found so much success with. Fearful is showing the Winston right now, but I don't think that is going to actually be what we get at the end of the day. It's good into the D.Va if you are set up correctly, but it's just so tricky here that I think he'll probably swap to either Ramatra or Sigma or the D.Va himself. In fact, now is not the time for Piano. You're not my goat of Piano. You're my goat of Overwatch, okay? Fearful's gonna stick with this. He wants to just help break this D.Va, man.
Maybe just sometimes teams use it just to bubble up so that the Widow can't do as much shot. And Winston would just go snipe onto the Widow.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good.
Bubble just blocking all the angles.
Yeah, D.Va also can't mitigate his damage.
Oh,
look at the bio.
What a purple!
Yeah, it's big.
Man, epic. That just won them the first fight. That's the power of the Barinade. Look, careful. Pressuring. Finding off the first corner. Kila's still there. That's a good pressure in, Haru. Good dodge. Juke's still there. Back.
Every Winston leap, they leapfrog forward. Every Winston leap, they pressure. Every Winston leap, Hopak and Harutun get more damage done from range. Sleep here onto Romani. Down goes his armor. But on the other side, very good here for MFC. Support line's down.
Big picks, Fearful. Close to that primal, so it might not change this time. Still got to 241.
Romani looking for the jump off here. He was like, maybe I get this, maybe I get the last 30%, but it's safer to just jump off. His team has corner control. He should be able to use his thrusters to get back here pretty quick. Tayo's Blizzard is going to be really critical in holding this corner again. As Kila is just a magnet for this Winston right now. Here's Romani, he's rejoined. And Revati don't have that nano yet. They so desperately need it to get this corner back. Epic has it now.
Yeah. Kila, oh. Blizzard from Tayo. Like the timing, better off early.
Amazing timing on this Blizzard. The only way it could have been better is if they actually used it as the nano was going off. And Primal from Fearful.
Really?
They have spawn advantage, but this is desperation.
It is. And like less direct damage. There's no Ashe, there's no Cassidy.
Yeah, actually they didn't even have spawn advantage, frankly, G-Clef. The Kurt's almost at A. I mean, I was really just trying to do mental gymnastics to figure that one out. At least he survives, but, you know, they've got the nano boost for this next attack. It's on to Fearful. Let's see if he can get that back line.
Still there with the nano. Harutun, Blizzard? Not yet. Locks first. With the wall, some isolation. And Kila, Hopak, they've been just put outside trying to have this duel of their lifetime. Now the time is only minute 6. Revati. They need to go. Ice Wall, the raid from Frogger. Keeping the front line alive. The sleep is good for a couple seconds. Finally the Blizzard on the back line with the dive. Fearful goes up for it. Widows eventually found by Hopak. Yeah, that was all worth the wait. Revati, just Harutun. Hopak still there around the point. Self-destruct.
Gonna get the remake.
Can you get the touch? Ice Wall! Oh. Just for that, the test is still there, so no point yet.
Oh man, this is looking like MFC might just win this map off of this. Like, Revati could not get it together. I mean, Fearful using the Primal earlier, then the nano boost push is pretty unsuccessful. They're a little bit disjointed. They can't get line of sight for Hofak. And then going back in there as Harutun trying to actually win the 1v1 to get the push through, but fails, staggers himself, 15 seconds to go. They need that nano and primal backup so desperately, but there's just almost no time. Tayo has a blizzard. He could just shut this down right now if he can utilize it well. We've had a few whiffs from him so far this tournament. Let's see if this is a big blizz.
Fart, push back a little bit. There's the blizzard.
Denying.
Early on, and the frozen Winston. Asher touch payload, okay. Killa near the payload, taken down early, no widow.
They have the nano. They have the nano for Fearful.
The back line, Frogger's still there, Hofak yet to find the big target. There it is, blocked back too much time. And on the point, Romani finally taken down with the shield. So it seems like Revati will, at the end, grab it somehow.
That was too close for comfort for me, G-Clef, though.
It was not comfort.
Yeah. I'm not feeling comfortable. That's what I'm saying. It was too close, and I'm uncomfortable with how it went. But Revati keep their chances of winning this map and taking the series 3-0 alive. Hesty's going to have a rally set up here soon. The question is how much... Okay, Keela's actually just going to swap. I was going to say, how much control can he get before they actually start contesting that archway? And this is a bit overzealous from Fearful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. And also, is this Winston still worth the pick? Romani self-destruct ready. Frogger coming back with the raise soon enough. Rally and... Okay, he's going in for the half dive with Hesty. Perfect, ready. And the back line destroyed.
That was really sloppy from Romani, a rare miss going in by himself. He had the remake, and maybe he was hoping he was going to get the orbital ray.
I think so. Maybe some extra healing, but
I mean,
the back line was separated.
That's basically just a freebie. A freebie, but it was a freebie.
Both.
And like, Revati didn't have to do anything there. They just kind of threw themselves into the wolves, the waiting arms. Ice Wall is just going to deny a touch, and that is nice 2:45 touch on the clock here for the B cap. Need to be way more mindful about going in like that. I mean, if you have the orbital ray preset, it could be different, but it's tough to get Frogger in a position, and now Supreme is down, and this card is just rolling.
Trisha caught! Hofak didn't get to see the shot, but that was headshot right after we swapped the screen.
Man, is it just going to be another tragedy here for MFC after looking so good, after having such a strong push? Yeah, they didn't finish the map, but they had such a good A and B push. Their comp was so good that Romani plays were sick. I mean, it's not over yet, but
4 ultimates. I think MFC really locked this down.
Yeah,
it's
well,
like no one use your ultimate because I think we can have this one good defense.
But you need to have it twice because you only are going to have this big ult advantage once. And Tayo, Blizzard with the wall. He's holding it again. And he's down! No Blizzard!
Perfect down. Nano up for Romani. Good sleep. But Nano traded. Harutun's still there. This is not the fight for the Blizzard. Maybe for the extra push.
And Tayo has to save it.
All the way up? Just for the remake? At least gets in, but still...
Oh, he's staggered now.
That's a big loss for MFC right there.
Yeah, now they don't have any way to shut down Harutun's Blizzard. You can just put it right on the point.
Team up.
Frogger has Ray, but they don't have Romani yet. They need to time this perfectly.
Tayo looking for the perfect Blizzard on top of this payload. But here's Fearful.
He finally gets a big Blizzard. Finally, he sets it up.
Perfect angle. It's really nice. It's Hesty. Harutun still holding his own. Go back as a big hit. Body shot, but still, that matters so much.
Okay, Fearful too,
Fearful! Can't be stopped. No extra Blizzard. There it is, Harutun, to seal everything for that third. Touch for the win. Put back all the way to the back.
Big ice wall from
Fearful still
Tayo.
there. They might just be it. Good purple.
The Ray here is buying some time, and it looks like they may have kept themselves alive in this series. As now Revati have no tools. They're getting staggered. Romani saves the day. The Ray value from Frogger right on the cart there changes the tide of battle. As that orbital ray adds so much healing. Reinhardt swap here for Revati because they know this is desperate. They need a pick. They need a pin. They need anything they can get.
Let's see, back on Lucio. Need that speed. 14 seconds to go.
Supreme's going to have a nano. I feel like MFC, they've basically got this.
See how it comes down. Romani. The nano onto the back line. Runs away. Lucio still very... Oh! It's caught right in the middle, and that's not a touch! And NFC They got a little further in Revati. I think Reinhardt was just a little away. So even with the shield, not getting that extra touch. Oh man, what a way to come back.
Very interesting. Now that was their last map pick, but that of the 3 maps we played, looked their most confident. Obviously they had the Junkrat, right? Second map had some cool strats. The Genji almost worked at times, but was shut down by Hofak. This was the cleanest map that we've seen so far from Miku Fan Club Supreme. Their attack was amazing. The defense often rocky, but at the end of the day, they were able to get it done, stop them just at the gates. There were some big mistakes on the side of Revati. Keeping the Winston as long as they did felt a little bit suspect. Some of the primal timings were a little bit off. Tayo, interestingly enough, when we were really criticizing him for not blizzarding in that one moment where he had the angle, we thought, okay, maybe there's going to be some staggers. They're not going to be able to get out of spawn. They won't be able to actually finish the map. They bought enough time. The fact that he had the blizzard then for that next contest kind of saved them. So, you know, sure, it might have been able to save them with the first blizzard if he used it there, but the fact that he didn't meant that he had it again and was able to get a lot out of that one. So the angle you mentioned was basically perfect on it. 2 maps left. We have Hybrid and Push as our final 2 maps. But now it's Revati's map pick time.
Don't know. I think wherever Fearful and Hofak feel safe, maybe just go into another Winston map, because it seemed like Fearful was really willing to push that Winston until the very end, except for the Reinhardt. I think that was only for the charge to get back into the fight and maybe to shield up for a potential Widowmaker coming out from Killa, because Killa's Widowmaker actually turned a lot of those headshots in.
Coliseo and Dorado come to mind for me as some of the best map picks that we could see coming through. Just simply because... Oh, wait, no, Dorado's not in the pool anymore because we have Hybrid and Push. I think I said earlier Escort and Push. But anyway, it's Escort... Or sorry, it's Hybrid.
Yes, Hybrid and Push.
It's been a long night. Hybrid and Push. So Coliseo...
Coliseo, Runasapi, New Queen Street, and Circuit Royale.
I'm trying to think...
Oh, well, no Circuit Royale. I'm getting distracted.
Let me see this.
So
before
Kings
my brain
Row,
explodes.
Kings Row.
I don't think you go to Kings
Blizzard
Row.
World.
I think Eichenwald is an option.
Okay.
Blizzard World seems pretty solid.
Maybe play that Reinhardt again.
Kings Row is very good for their composition. They can play Cassidy there for Hofak as well. Coliseo feels like a no-brainer because you still have that game 5 to fall back on. Coliseo, you just get to play Ashe, Tracer, Winston. It's the meta comp. You have that first fight go your way. You get an advantage. You just sit on it. You've had some poor ult economy, I would say. Like, Revati probably a little bit self-aware about that, but that's where you just say, we get to play our comfort. If you want to play Mei on Coliseo, good luck. It's not that strong there. It's probably not going to work. We've shut down your Genji already. If you want to try to match us with a Winston comp, you haven't been able to do that whole tournament with anybody, basically, so I don't think you can do that. That's where I'd go. Dorado is, like, ideal, but since that's not available, I feel like Coliseo is probably the second best map in the entirety of the pool and the best map available for the last 2 map types.
And it's taking some time because maybe, first, maybe Revati didn't expect to lose. 2, maybe we're having some swaps. According to the delay that we're having before we actually see the map. It's usually quick. And I believe we go to another break after map 4. So it's surely not the break time.
Yeah, no, we're not going to have a break after this map. So
maybe the support lineup change for Revati depending on which map we go into. If we go to Push, I think Hesti still stays. Hesti Epic should still be the drill, but NAC does kick in sometimes.
He's played a little bit of Lucio. I think he's played Brig as well, but they're already running those without him, so I don't see the need to swap in. In my experience with him, he hasn't really been a specialist player. So last time these teams played against each other, Revati won 3-0. So already this is a better result than regular season here for MFC, who really came very well prepared for today. And I would love to see a game 5. You know, this decides playoffs, right, for these 2 teams. Winner goes straight to playoffs. Loser, again, projected to play against Namakuji brothers. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
winners of
guess there's a lot of discussion going on about the map for Revati.
Yeah, maybe. I believe there's a not like a set like how many minutes.
There is a time limit. Yeah, I don't
there
know
is
what
a
it
time
is.
limit. It's not that long, but maybe Revati's just not ready.
Yeah, I will check to see if I have any updates on my end. So far, no.
Yeah, so far no updates.
No updates yet.
Yeah, I should have had an update too.
We are as in the dark as you guys at home at the moment. But I think a lot of people are probably pretty hyped. A lot of people probably fists in the air.
Yeah, MC got to win.
Yeah. That's better than they did last time. Like I said, they played really well. Romani's looking really clean.
Romani on top.
Tayo, shaky, but in his best moments, it's enough.
I think a lot better May in Circuit Royale. And better May on Circuit Royale compared to the other matches that we've seen in the previous weeks. And, of course, against Hartun, the Blizzard timing was crucial. And also the placement. And because on the placement, especially against Diva, it can always be soaked up. So it has to be careful.
You know, if I were to get everything I could wish for, and I could see like what I want to see as a commentator, as an analyst of this series, if Revati pick Colosseo, the way I would want to see MFC bring us to 5 is to showcase today they also can play Winston, Tracer, Ashe. Like if they show up and they're like, actually we'll just match you, and they actually straight up legit beat Revati and beat Hofak and Harutun, then I'm like, oh, this team could win the tournament. You know what I mean? Like this team can run that comp because they never run it. They never do it, right? They don't play that comp. It's tough because players are playing all over the world. They got high ping. It's really tricky. Like in my ideal world, I want to see what they're capable of with this comp because we haven't seen it. We don't see it. It is the most meta, most standard comp, but we don't see it. So like, I don't think we are going to see it, and I think we are going to see Colosseo because that makes the most sense to me. But I'm worried that the Genji won't be enough. The Mei won't be enough.
It seems like we finally have the map. Let's see it.
Yeah. Oh, it's
King's Row.
Okay. That's
Okay.
not what I expected. Now, if MFC win this map, then the push map choice will also be Revati's. So, you know, they have one extra map to fall back on. The score doesn't matter here. We're not talking about standings. We're not talking about seeding tournament. This is just winner goes to playoffs.
I think it's King's Row because MFC doesn't really have that much of a Pharah player. And when you force them off, you just gain so much mobility in the air. Romani, Diva can certainly be a threat to the Pharah, but sometimes it's just not enough on one of these, especially on the first point. If you can't get the full hold, I think that's what the Revati is looking for. Let's see if they can get it. 2-1, still a match point for Revati. Let's see if MSC can come up with the biggest sweep of the season.
I think you are spot on. I think you are absolutely right about why Revati picks this map.
Yeah.
Because they can play Ashe, Tracer, Winston, which we already talked about for this map. We have a little pause so we have some time to talk about it. Looks like we have Tayo with a DC.
Where'd you go?
So MFC and Supreme have not run Pharah very successfully. This is the Pharah dive map. If they play Mei or Genji, which is also pretty strong on A, it's not meta, but it's viable, right? You've already beaten that. If they try to run Pharah on the attack, you're confident that Hofak can knock Tayo or Keela, but likely Tayo out of the sky. And then you're playing into choke points where maybe you pull out the Alari. Captive Sun is so strong here in Japan. We've seen that all the time. Maybe that's something they have in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, the Captive Sun and the Ilari. That no one, not no one, but less teams were using it. But Varrel just forced them, forced all the other teams like, oh, if you can't play the same, if you can't match, if you can't play Ilari like us, then you're just gonna lose. And everyone else just had to pick it up. That sort of became off meta, like a separate outliner pick for all the Japanese teams because of Varrel. They pushed it really hard.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's some potential, but I don't think it will really work on all maps against the Korean teams. Still, even if Varrel uses. Well, that's what I think for now, but we won't have that answer until we get to the Asia.
We will not know yet. it is going to be an uphill battle for any team challenging the Koreans in our Asia LAN as well as in Stockholm later on this year. But for now, Romani on the Diva. Attack Farah for Tayo. He is going to run it, but not with Winston. They're going to utilize, it looks like the Juno. Frogger's going to go for the boost for Killa first. Actually, never mind. He's not going to.
Yeah.
Just wants that passive charge as soon as possible. Oh, swapping. What is he running? What's the plan? So will still be the opportunity here for Killa, but Frogger is going to get some of that passive ult charge for his Juno.
Oh, Taya back on Mei. Killa staying on Win. Okay. Staying on Widow.
Yeah, I mean, you get one opportunity with this, and it's working.
Oh, boy.
Asleep. And a purple.
Oh,
I mean, what?
Boy.
Like, a Widow kills a
We
Tracer,
have a match.
and a purple goes down on a 6 sleep from Supreme.
Okay, Hofax says no.
I mean, he says no, but, I mean, it's going to be
He's on
tough
the
to contest.
Yeah, he's on the other side. He has to go back. He can't. Okay, he's found now.
So, can Fearful actually
Hey
go
there.
for a contest, is the question. Hofax is going to go down. Fearful's pushed out.
Delayed?
Yeah, I feel like MFC definitely a little bit slow on punishing that, but Cartoon not going to get killed this time. Oh, so close to the cap. Not able to get the second tick.
So that back delay from Hofak ends up working, brings all the other 4 back in position.
Yeah, I think G-Clef, they probably should have just not chased Hofak and just stuck on the point and controlled the archway. If they chase Hofak, they get by enough time for Fearful to actually get out and regroup with the supports. And now Epic is close to a Nano. He's matching Supreme, essentially, actually passing him now after Supreme had such a huge lead. They've got another shot at this. Killa swaps over to the Ashe.
Yeah, it's a full reset and a better placement for Revati now that the How to Tune is actually in the alley.
Yeah, DPS has got purpled, but will be healed up now for MFC.
Great shot from Killa. Dynamite on the back. Money with the Nano, but in sleep. Nice catch from Epic. Purple throws down the Nano before he goes down. Hard to find 2 on his own. That's a big flip. Less than 2 minutes to go for MFC. They used everything for this fight.
Yeah, everything but a Blizzard that they didn't have yet, as well as that Orbital Ray. And Epic did so much. Even though he was purpled, he was like, I'm going to die, I'm going to Nano, I'm going to sleep. Gets that off before he goes down. So much value on this Ana. Tayo, a Blizzard on the point, can do a lot for you. Assuming he doesn't get picked on his way. Bob will be able to be set up in the cross. Actually going to be used now. Blocked by the wall. Bit of a peculiar Bob there.
Good catch from Taya, but Harutun still rotates around.
I mean, it gets the wall out. Honestly, that's pretty huge. And MSC are going to have to reset again. This has to be their fight with the Ray.
Yeah, at least MFC didn't end up using anything else, just stole all. And this time Blizzard, self-destruct, and the Ray. The full push isn't waiting.
Fearful can buy a lot of time,
yes, he can toss all that to the side.
If he gets frozen, that's the end of the defense.
With the ring. Money in sleep, Blizzard out in the cafe. Here's Fearful on the back line. Killa dead, Frogger gone. 40 seconds.
The Blizzard, incredibly low value. Doesn't get to anybody.
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Positioning.
And Fearful is just able to get free roam, takes out the enemy Ashe. Killa is down. It's completely split for MFC. Maybe one tick is all they are going to get. In fact, in complete control of sightlines right now. Killa trying to challenge with this Diva, but got nothing left. They need that Nano so bad that they only have 30
better go
seconds.
quick. That Nano's coming soon. Epic. He has it now. Harutun with the pulse. Not going to show up. There's a Nano.
They get the touch, but can Romani remech?
Getting focused. Even the pulse. Right on top. The Nano
Big
saves
bio.
him.
And the Nano.
See down on the back. Lots of low HP. Killa with the Bob. So this is going to be the push for the extra tick and the first point.
Ooh.
But that was close. So close.
A hair's breadth away from losing this map, but Romani trusts in his support. Supreme hits him with the Nano and the bio. He goes back up to full, doesn't need to remech. everything is used on trying to break Romani's mech, and they fail to do so with that extra armor coming through once the nano comes up. He gets his armor back. Tough to focus down. It's a small time bank, but it's a time bank nonetheless. They no longer have to get the fuller hold. A tickless push would have been what they needed if this push didn't work.
Yeah, at the end, Fearful decides to actually stay with the team and bubble up. And focusing on to Romani, which didn't help much. With the nano, it's a bit of a weird decision. Because he ended up just getting a lot more achievement done every single time.
Yeah, the second nano is always going to be stronger if the first nano doesn't kill anybody. Is Tayo is taking names here, right-clicking with Keela.
Block, buys extra time, bops out. In fact, throws that down before going down. So Revati still willing to fight with the rally. That's the arch. Okay, a little further away. Focusing onto the back. Fearful just jumping back now. As they had the full push. The leading time.
Okay. MFC need to regroup. Set up for this next Blizzard fight. Nano Boost can get you there. It's on to Romani. He's got this control of the library.
Oh, someone got the kill on Keela.
It's a trade. Purple on to Romani. Can he get out? Answer is yes.
This is the fight somewhat elsewhere on the map, almost looking like the first point.
Yeah.
Cap didn't happen.
Yeah. I mean,
No back push yet. But only 50. Okay, someone's pushing now at least. 50 seconds.
they get the remake, but that's a self-destruct down. MFC need to group, need to get on the cart because they capped the point. They got the archway. Finally, you know, some 2 minutes later, they're pushing the cart again. Zepic does have the nano boost. They have the Blizzard as well, but need to be super efficient with how they win this next fight. Nano's out already onto Fearful.
And could catch.
Blizzarded, so that's Blizzard down. It's a big win here for MFC, but let's see if they can save off this next Primal. As Keela also traded. Doesn't necessarily matter if Epic still dies, but it looks like he's going to get out. Harutun here to protect him.
Stuck in the corner. Oh, back with the Widowmaker.
Romani buying a ton of time here. They can't get the cap though.
Got the touch. Extra time. Nice block. Couple seconds. Money dead. Pulse bomb. Finds Tayo. And Opec on top. Got the kill on Keela. Should be able to double. The bob's out. That's the only thing. Team kill down and a point. 113.
Epic baited him, man. He went super low. He went up, he picked up the health pack. He has his Bionade. Harutun is waiting. He hits the purple onto Romani. He gets demeched. And I think during that time, Romani was like, you guys have to secure the cart. Like, you have to secure this while I'm gone. And while they got it to the end, and Tayo had obviously a lot of time by, was able to ice block on the point. It's difficult to kill him. Hofak has the Widow. Swaps over, has full line of sight, and without the Diva to threaten him, which they were able to call out, Epic probably called it out a mile away. Harutun's going to demech Romani. We're in the stairwell. We tricked him. We trapped him. He can't help. Swap to Widow. Go in there. I mean, the Widow swap is probably happening at the same time, but they were probably telling Hofak, like, you have free reign. There is no Diva. There is no threat. And it's just fish in the barrel for Hofak there. Now, MFC can just bring us to 5 right now on this A defense if the execution is crisp. But it's way tougher here to run this Mei defense than it was on the attack. Obviously, you have a lot of tools to force Revati down. And this time it's going to be quite challenging.
Yeah, all Revati needs the second point, and should be it.
If Keela dies, if he gets dove by Fearful, if he gets killed for any reason, that's a main threat for Harutun gone. Romani can obviously threaten him a little bit, but the Mei will always be outranged by the Pharah.
Juno defense, let's see it. Frogger willing to use a lot more Juno today compared to Lucio. Yeah, not the Lucio much. Scream all the way at the end. High window, Fearful.
Outranged again, this time by Widow. Now the point's under contest.
That's an issue. This guy just knows everything, even without the infrasight.
His team is also giving him some information.
Yeah, and 2 ticks forcing them to come down, or else it just
They can't get down, they can't regroup. Supreme got a ton of ult charge off of that last bio onto his teammates. So he's going to have a fast nano, but I mean, they're just keeping Widowmaker as well. Like, Hofak, I don't know if this is actually correct to do so, but if he keeps finding these headshots, who can blame him?
It's illegal, but he's just going to do it.
Infrasight could be dropped instantly here.
Yeah, no one at the... Okay, D.Va contesting up on top. Look for it.
Okay, he knows exactly where Keela is. He could actually just go window and then try to pop him. They have to respect this. They have to give corner.
D.Va has to get the nano. Was going low anyhow. That's the back line. Fearful. That edge purple. Nicely done by Supreme.
Really good plays from Supreme. Has the faster nano because of that Bionade I was talking about earlier. They have that hyper ring, but shouldn't go through it. Should just back off. They can regain control of corner now that they pushed Hofak back. And now Hofak, without Infrasight, without the ability to just go up into the window, it's going to be really tricky for this window to work. Yeah, with the nano now, Fearful just dives in. He even pops the rage early. Got tired of the rage. Dropped for Frogger. Still not enough healing, not enough extra damage. Umani. Orbital Ray getting some work done. Hofak now exposed. Looks like MFC are going to survive. I think it's time to swap off the Widow. It was working really well when they had line of sight, when they had the ult, when they had the window. They don't have it anymore. They don't have any control whatsoever. I think it's time to move on. Okay, they get the self-destruct. That's a small win here for Fearful. Nice chase down, but Hofak is sticking with this Widow. And obviously, if you have the Winston to buy space and get you that line of sight, it can work, but a bit of a liability here. But with no self-destruct, maybe they feel like that's enough. Tayo already used his Ice Wall, so we'll need that for the next Blizzard. He's 10 seconds or 10% away.
Yeah, quick bubble. But
Supreme down.
That's a big win, Hofak. Wonder where the shot came from the hook. Feels safe in the bubble. Romani. As long as Revati. What's that mech down? Oh, Hofak, another one. Frogger.
Blizzard committed. Pulse.
Got 2. Artusel. Recalled. And the mech. The target is Tayo. It is again just D.Va up. And this payload's pushing. 315. Fearful spin on target. Sleep.
Good sleep.
Tayo back in the Reaper. But is it too late? Fearful still delaying everyone from coming in, touching the point.
Okay, they get the touch, they get the stop.
Fearful down. Nano spent.
No nano for Epic. Can't save Fearful. And they survive once again. Hofak is just going to keep sticking with this Widow, which I think is working when they have the Winston pushing through in the backline, but otherwise has been struggling. It's going to feel pretty good into both Mei and the Reaper, obviously, if you can find that line of sight, but they haven't been able to have it consistently here. As you can see, getting corner control back is so tough.
Estigon with the anti.
Great dive here.
Catch with the dive. Well timed with everyone else. But bit of a fight back, Hofak. Arjun's still alive, Fearful. No support, so they do need to be careful.
Epic has nano, and this time the Winston can just dive in. They're gonna wait for a regroup, but this is when MFC are at their most vulnerable. This is the scariest defense.
Hofak looking from the side, maybe the hook.
When Fearful goes in, that's when Hofak goes in and starts popping
waiting.
people. Nano ready. Here we go, G-Clef.
Less than 2 minutes. Jumping back, got purple. Good
Wants
call
to
from
wait.
Fearful. And the raid comes down from Frogger. Hofak runs away. Nice bio from Epic to keep him alive. Yeah, both tanks in the back line just keeping the team alive so
Revati,
well.
so patient. Now's the go button.
There it is, onto Anna. Didn't get slept, but Hofak dead. Killa snipes it. And the raid buys them good time. Artun, one trade. With an extra pulse. But Fearful's still
No
there.
remake! He's denied the remake from Fearful.
Oh man. Tequila turn this. The Tracer tiles back after the raid. Fearful is the target. Rage up. He's gone. No DPSs.
This might be it,
I
G-Clef.
think so. 3 meters out. And D.Va can't come all the way. That is it. Revati After one more map and hybrid, they will finish the match and go into the top 6 of Japan.
They will join the playoffs as 5th seed. They finished 5th in regular season, and they will be that 5th seed for playoffs. MFC will have to fight on Wednesday against tomorrow's winner of Namakuji Brothers against Telomere to decide their fate. They are not eliminated from playoffs yet, but man, some tragic losses today, but also some really good fights. Kings Row keeping it honest, keeping it close, taking that 3rd map of Circuit Royale, keeping the dream alive. And even honestly, some cool picks. The Junkrat taking us to New Junk City, showing some creativity. Well-prepared series here for MFC, showing a lot more flexibility, I think, than we've seen from them in the past. Still relying on that Mei quite heavily, but doing other things too.
Yep, and Mei, some different picks, and also some better teamwork with the Mei, the Ice Wall, to not just to isolate, to defend your own team. And we've seen a lot of Mei coming out, especially with MFC. I wonder if this will be putting them above Namakuji Brothers or Telomere, whoever the winner is going to be tomorrow. And that match... Ooh.
I mean, it's likely Namakuji Brothers, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's very
we can be
likely.
honest.
Telomere never really got any map win.
Yeah.
Only a few points in total of the entire season.
It would be crazy if Telomere upset. I mean, they only need to win 2 series to go to playoffs. Isn't that crazy? But I don't expect it.
No,
but it is possible.
Upgrade is possible, but within a week and a half? Oh, no,
I don't think
so. Unless they have the best Juno player in the world. Even with that, maybe not. Yeah, Juno, to me, today, not as impressive as I thought. Especially when they're defending. Maybe attacking a little better.
I think it's kind of composition dependent. I don't think it's that good with Mei because she's not going to get that much value out of the extra damage. The extra sustain she doesn't necessarily need because she has Ice Block anyways and an Ice Wall to kind of zone people. But she can get some value out of the Hyper Ring because she can chase people down better. Obviously, there's a lot of other heroes in their comp that they were running, like the Diva that gets a lot of value out of Hyper Ring. Diva actually gets pretty decent value out of the Ray as well because she does way more damage. She gets those extra heals, keeps her armor. But yeah, I don't think it was really the deciding factor for them to win this series. I think if they had run Lucio, if they had Sound Barrier in a few more of those fights, or if they ran Brig and had some additional rallies, that could have been good as well. But ultimately, they wanted to keep running this. And the healing output, I think, was part of why Romani did so well on the Diva. He kind of broke the rules. Like, Diva shouldn't be able to go that deep, but he's being chased down and healed up by Frogger. So Frogger had a fantastic series. But, yeah, let's see who's player of the match is. It's Hofak, we knew. But yeah, I think that MFC will definitely need to hone a lot of things if they're going to beat Namakuji Brothers on Wednesday. Like, there is a lot more to learn. There's a lot to improve in terms of ult economy. I think Tayo being sometimes too idealistic with the ults he's fishing for. But let's celebrate Hofak for a minute like we always do because this guy just popped off.
Yeah, it was a big win for him today. Just except
This
for that
moment.
defensive movement from Circuit, I think other than that, he was just on above par compared to his opponents.
I mean, moments like this, you're just like, I mean, how are you supposed to even play against somebody who's that good? It's only his second POTM of the season, which is wild to me as well. But
It's because it didn't get that many match wins, I think, overall.
yeah, that's correct.
Only about a couple and more.
I think it was, yeah, it's like one. He's like 1 out of 3 now. But man, when he's on, it's crazy. Like his snipes getting them that first point, defending the final. So now, G-Clef, it's time for me and you to have a little like 15-minute chat to the chat that can't hear us until 3 minutes from now.
Yes, chat, we're living the future. Come on, catch up from the past. This is the time. 3 minutes. They were also asking us like, what kind of chair we had. Oh, just a solid. Yeah, with the back. It's a good chair. I like it.
Do we have any wonky green screen stuff here?
No,
Sometimes
not today.
that's fun. No.
Only the other room. Where you're cut off in the middle?
Yeah, sometimes
yes.
like I've had green screens here where if I put my hand through here, it actually appears on the other side.
We're good.
But not today.
Yes, only for the wild card matches.
What else? What else can we talk about, G-Clef?
Oh, I think that's about it. I mean,
I think Juno.
Yeah, I
let's
wanna
talk
talk
about
about
Juno.
Juno a
Yeah,
little
let's talk
more.
about Juno more because I think Juno is a pretty niche pick. Like I think there are certainly comps that can utilize her incredibly well. One comp that I think we haven't seen yet in any region, unless I it happened, I didn't hear about it. Let me like theory crap for a second. Reaper with Juno. Insane value with the Death Blossom damage amp, the healing keeping you sustained up plus your lifesteal. That sounds kind of broken, right? Like that sounds good. Now, first, the main problem with this is that you're playing Reaper, so that's already an issue. And you're outranged by Ashe, Widow, Sojourn. You're
Cassidy and many
outpaced by Winston, who can leap past you and get into the support line. You don't offer that much peel in those types of moments. You're just kind of too slow. But I think in a world where if you could set up a Reaper comp, like imagine Reaper, Juno, Lucio, like you have so much speed, and then you have the sound barrier as well potentially, and then the Reaper actually becomes like almost like Zarya Beyblade, like Overwatch 1 early like 2016 days level of Reaper.
I haven't heard that before. Yes.
I wonder like if am I
So-
cooking too hard?
No, I haven't. I have some other idea. Depending on the region, and I think Korea might just use a lot more Juno, like not at the level of like Lucio and Kiriko or Anna, but on the map, because it just makes more sense that within that raid a time period, if you can actually hit the target a lot more, which requires a lot more skill cap, like Cassidy, then you just have a lot more power with Juno combined. So if you have the better DPS you just have a lot more power output within that time period. So maybe having a Juno on certain maps, like the Korean teams did a couple of times, maybe that could come in as a cheese or a clutch. I think there is still a chance for that.
She's somewhat vulnerable because of her health pool being quite small. Like she's heavily shielded like Zenyatta.
But you can still double jump and run away with
But
the
yeah,
shift.
if you don't get one shot basically, or Widowmaker shot, or like hit by two targets, you get hit by like a dynamite into Ashe headshot, then it's very difficult to punish her because she's super fast. It's hard to snipe out of the sky or even on the ground when she's just moving horizontally on the ground. So I think there's a lot of ways that we could see value out of comps that are hyper focused on one tank. Like if Reinhardt ever becomes meta, which right now we can't predict, but I feel like Reinhardt, Orisa, these really strong tanks that have such a large amount of armor and have high damage output, if they can close the gap and then that healing gets pumped into those high damage tanks. I'm not saying like she's going to create a GOATS meta, but if we do see some changes to like Reinhardt, he gets buffed, I feel like she works well with him. She works well with Orisa. She works well with any tank that just gets ton of heals. The same way like Moira does really well in these types of composition because her single target healing output and AoE healing as well. But her single target healing and Coalescence allows that one tank to just do so much so quickly. I think Juno could kind of feel similar in that way. But it's early days. I think Torpedo is like...
It's okay.
It's a third ability that they gave her. Like,
It's like a mini skill, I would say. But it actually ends up working. If you heal like 3 targets and hit 3 targets, that's pretty. That's a big output compared to like 1-1.
But it's all done in one instant as well, basically.
And you do need to charge up a little bit, but it doesn't really take that long.
Yeah, and if you're set up, like it's good to also guarantee, like in solo queue, it's nice when there's a Genji that's trying to run away, you lock onto him and you can kill him, right? But it is nice that you kind of have this fan where you can help your entire team and also hinder the enemy team at the same time as the fight.
They said don't talk about Juno, but we really did for the past 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, don't give any more ideas. Okay, they're just a little. Okay, we do have the results. Now we're finishing up 3-1 to for the last game that we had for LCQ. Well, the first game of LCQ that we had, that's game 1. We have 2 more games of LCQ coming up. That'll be tomorrow and the day after. I think we'll have tomorrow's matches as well on the screen soon enough. But I think Lazuli, I was really hoping for a few more games for Varrel Lazuli. But Varrel just seems to be back in their form. And maybe when they fight against Insomnia, I think that's the last day. last day, last match potentially. Varrel versus Insomnia.
I'm not sure the order. We'll find out in just a
Oh
moment.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay.
It is.
That's
It's the
what
last
makes
seeding
sense.
matches.
Yeah.
It's the last match for the seedings.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think obviously, you know, that's going to be what really determines first versus second, and I mean probably minus some upsets that could happen. And you know, Varrel gets the selection, that would be huge. So as I mentioned with MFC Supreme, they do not go to playoffs. Revati are a 5th seed for playoffs now. MFC will likely play against Namakuji because they're massively favored against Revati. Or sorry, against Telomere. Because Telomere is in that spot, not Revati. This graphic is wrong.
Yeah, the graphics not wrong. Yeah, 8th place.
Yeah,
Revati can't belong in 2.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Telomere should be in that slot, but that's
Yeah.
okay. So Telomere, unless they upset, you know, it's going to be Namakuji Brothers. MFC Supreme beat them 3-2 last time. Yeah. It's...
Yeah, they're trying to fix right now. Blink.
We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
They're trying to manually fix. Okay. Going to the next matchup.
Okay, so Namakuji Telomere is going to be first tomorrow instead of last because Telomere, those kids got to get to bed. Varrel versus Nyam is our 3rd seeding decider.
Yes, that's correct. But what's below? Insomnia versus Lazuli.
Yes.
Is the match. Revati is not there.
Yeah,
so
Revati
this next matchup is not
invaded our
yeah.
CG machines.
Yes, Revati took too many games today, and they're just taking spaces.
Yeah, Insomnia should play against Lazuli. So those are big matches.
Yes.
Like if Lazuli actually upsets Insomnia, then everything changes, right? And we could even like potentially have tiebreakers and stuff. But Varrel, I think, very favored.
Oh,
This is also not right.
That is also
because
not right.
Namakuji Telomere is first. But
this is actually worse than before because
yeah, Revati's still there.
because LCQ is supposed to happen first, right? And
Yeah.
then we have the seeding matches. Now it's just wrong order and wrong times. Just wrong Revati spot and
It's
wrong
okay.
times.
It's okay. So factually,
it just got worse.
yes, factually Namakuji Telomere, then Varrel Nyam, and then Insomnia.
Okay, is it fixed?
No.
No, it's expected before. Okay.
Yeah. Then Insomnia, Lazuli. So you guys just listen to what we said. That's not what you're seeing with your eyes, okay?
It's okay. Our production had a long day, I think.
I know. I
it's
think
okay.
I actually think something is bugged. Like I don't even want to blame
maybe
them because
maybe it's bugged.
they
Yeah.
know what it is. I think Revati is like bugged in the machine, so they can't change the graphic on the fly without maybe like shutting it down. So anyway, it's not their fault. It's just Revati invaded. It's on the minds of everyone.
You'll have the right match when on the move out, and also tomorrow when you come for the matches. Just to make sure LCQ happens first tomorrow, and then we'll have the seeding matches coming up very soon. I wonder what happens. Insomnia. I think the last match should be the most hype. Insomnia versus Lazuli. I think Lazuli still has the potential, just didn't really show too much. I think teams are maybe trying to use Juno a little too much, and maybe going back to the standard might actually be stronger.
I think that might be what we see tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, Insomnia, if they lose, and then Lazuli and Varrel are fighting for first, like it could really change things. Same if Nyam upset Varrel, right? Like that could also happen, but I feel like less likely. But that is basically it. That's the long and short of it, guys. I'm glad you hung out with us today. We had 2 one-sided matches. Third one was definitely the one we thought was going to be the most interesting, and it definitely was.
Yeah. The King's Row finish, pretty powerful. Revati certainly deserving to be on that 5th spot. Has a big challenge now when they go up against the higher seeded teams. I think it should be somewhat of a gap, and still very tough for them to actually go into that like top 4, top 3 even. But with that win now, because they got one big win on day 1, they have a longer break. They have a lot more time to prepare. Maybe Juno is the hot topic, so we will keep on mentioning Juno. But unless we have like a bigger hotfix into like a buff, like a really big buff into Juno, I think going with the standard support just feels better. That's what I really felt today. Just Lucio just overall felt much more balanced.
I was
and
surprised
stronger.
we saw it as much as we did.
Yeah, me too. I was expecting maybe like 2 Junos, and like not throughout the entire map, like maybe like 40 seconds, a minute, half ish, and a double of that. So, but instead we got like 4 full maps of double Junos. So it was a lot more than we thought. Let's see where we go into next, because tomorrow teams will be fighting for their spots again for the seeding matches, and also the LCQ continues tomorrow for Japan. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you next time.